せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立駒、援護しろ。その調子だ、立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Survivors Season 2, titled Legacy, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. The Grand Finals is here. In fact, it arrived yesterday. Today's day number 2 of the Grand Finals, and it's not the final day. We've got 3 back-to-back bombastic blockbuster action awaiting each and every single one of you. The teams have to go through 18 grueling rounds where we will find out exactly who will reign as champion and take the lion's share of this $25,000 prize pool. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with my brother, the one and only nephew, the gentleman Garcia, to shoutcast each and every single one of these matches for you.
And we're really excited with what's going to happen on this day number 2, because day number 1, though, we're not expecting that it will be a Vagabond brand showdown. Because it is obviously that.
I expected it. I called it out, man.
No, but in day number 1, AJ, imagine like a lot of teams will be scrambling, and as we've seen that, like top teams have been scrambled in there at the bottom of the leaderboards, but the domination of Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads is there so evident. 4 rounds and 2 rounds for both of this brand. Now, day number 2 is something different. They might try and do the same thing, but other teams will have had a chance to study all the gameplay from yesterday, and probably they might have a plan of approach and take down Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads. Hopefully that is the case, but how dominating it is for the Vagabonds brand, I don't think it's easy for the other teams.
Yeah, even if you know what the strategy of Vagabonds Esports is, if you know, help me figure it out, because I can't figure out a strategy for Vagabonds Esports. What they are doing is just encountering teams, snuffing them out. Encountering teams, snuffing them out. The only time where anyone is able to approach Vagabonds Esports and hurt them is if they have the title of Vagabonds on the other side. Vagabonds Nomads are the only kryptonite to Vagabonds Esports, which is highly sus, but it is what it is out there in the battlefield, right? And some of those engagements where Vagabonds Nomads goes and tags up Esports a little bit, you see Almighty Prime miraculously appear out of nowhere. And a few of those engagements, they've managed to finish off the Esports brand when they were in not a very favorable position. Yesterday, we saw Vagabonds Esports taking a swim out there in the open waters. Almighty Prime stuffed them out. Vagabonds Nomads turned around, executed them for touching their brothers. And that's the kind of engagements I expect to continue seeing into day number 2 as well. We talked about how Vagabonds Esports usually, turns on those great fires and fires them right up to their number 1 spot. And then they kind of start to slack off and they only start to perform again when they desperately need to. And Vagabonds Nomads are the ones that play the exact same strategy, but they allow Vagabonds Esports to take the lead in terms of brand domination. And that's what we are seeing on the overall leaderboard. We anticipated Nomads taking that 2nd spot. And they literally did exactly that before we rounded up day 2. The one surprising thing for me personally is the fact that Vagabonds Nomads managed to outshine Vagabonds Esports in the overall number of kills, albeit by just 3 slays, but it's still shockingly good, Neptune.
I mean, imagine how many Travis had in those last 3 rounds of Blackout. Like 12 kills from 2 rounds, and then the last round, well, not so much, 5 kills. So that only shows that in terms of killing, Vagabonds Nomad still has that title. But in terms of winning and getting good placement, it's still on Vagabonds Esports. So who can challenge them when they can do both? Like, even Vagabonds Esports can do both. They showed us on a semifinal. So I'm really, really surprised. And I would say happy as well. Because from the semifinal, we see Riley Esports challenge him. Even in the finals from yesterday, Almighty did the same thing. But to what extent, like, they are still being gunned down and taken out early in the fight, even before they get challenged. So even before they make the challenge against Vagabonds Esports. So who else will be joining the party of taking down the Kings? That is the question for me right now.
I was a little disappointed when you bring up Riley Esports. I expected them to do more yesterday, but they were just riddled with bouts of inconsistent plays and not really achieving much in each and every single one of those rounds. Overall, only managing to pick up 16 placement points and 18 kills through 6 rounds. I don't think that is Riley quality, right? But of course, day number 2, that's exactly why we've got multiple days of this grand finals. But before we move on with the story of the day, let's take a quick look at the tournament format so that we can once again refresh your memories as to how this battle and this journey started. 256 teams initially at the initial qualifiers went head-to-head against each other for us to find our top 32 teams. And those 32 teams were split into 2 semifinals, Neptune. The first one took the first 3 days, and the second half of the 32 teams took the second half, which was the past 3 days. And the top 16 is who we see at the grand finals now.
And it's not looking at just the top 16 right now, AJ. I mean, we're just looking at the top 2 from previously, but hopefully the top 16 that we pulled out from the semifinals will show up this time, because there is a little bit more that they can do. I'm looking at the scores right now, and later everyone will be seeing that as well. But out of day number 1, imagine 6 rounds. Not so much of the teams have then done that much on this game. So challenge from me, I would say, because AJ might have a different challenge for everyone, probably a back-to-back-to-back kill or win for Vagabonds Esports. I don't know, AJ, I know how you like to see a lot more of excitement and engagement in this fight, but for me is for the other teams to challenge Vagabonds Esports, even the Nomads, and show up And when I'm saying showing up, not just join the lobby, but show up as the team that really deserves to be in the finals.
You know, I'm the final guy that should be counted as a Vagabonds fanboy. I am not. I'll tell you this hands down, I am not a fan of Vagabonds esports, but I am an admirer of their dominance out there on the battlefield. And when I do not expect other teams to step up to the plate and defeat them or take the fight to them, it's not because I have no belief in the other squads out there. In fact, I'm a fan of multiple teams that are in the lineup. Conquerors, they, you, me, we go way back, man. This is a team that has been in the ecosystem for so long now playing under Dow. And, you know, you're looking at teams like ENE Phoenix. You're looking at high-quality squads like NRX 432, 420. You're looking at the 4 Kings who have been phenomenal in the recent competitions. You're looking at Almighty Prime. But when you compare them to the outrageous engagements of Vagabonds esports and Nomads, which are verging on the point of ridiculousness, I really don't think anybody else has the quality to match up against them. Unless the other teams can open up their third eye, nobody is a match for Vagabonds esports or Vagabonds Nomads. Unfortunately, that is the truth at the moment. But I desperately want to see someone unnerve them. I desperately want to see people break apart the strategy of Vagabonds and take the fight to them, because I want an exciting competition. The way it's going, so predictable, there's no fun in that, Neptune.
I mean, like, it's one just getting all the cake. And that is what we're seeing at this point. Like, with the points that we're in there, there's closeness. Like, it's close between Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads in terms of total points, but not a lot is catching up to half of what these teams has done. And this is what it's stake. And this is one thing that, like, it's not only taking down Vagabonds Esports, but also taking this piece of pie, which is 10,000 US dollars. This is one thing that they really need to aim for, and to go there, they just need to slowly, surely get into the last and final safe zone and take down the ones who's dominating it all from yesterday. I mean, all 6 rounds yesterday, but it's a lot to catch up for. And it's very difficult to tell if we can see that from this day number 2, AJ, though I'm still hoping, because when we look at the numbers, there's still top heavy, and Vagabonds Esports might tip it over.
Very top heavy, and if you look towards the bottom of the leaderboard, it looks like the run is just absolutely over for some of these teams, and it is surprising when you look at the brand that these teams are representing. Not going to name them just yet, because we will take a peek at the overall leaderboard later on, where you guys will be able to see for yourselves as we break down the performances of each and every single squad out there on the battlefield. But once again, when it comes to the prize pool, the lion's share of this prize pool, 10,000 USD, technically Vagabonds Esports are staking their claim to it already. And if you look overall in the grand scheme of things, 14,500 US dollars is about to be stolen away by the Vagabonds brand just because of their crazy dominance in the competition. And that is just on the verge of insanity, Neptune. Nobody has been this dominant, and Vagabonds Esports just making history for themselves. They could have made a even bigger history yesterday if Vagabonds Esports had gone all the way through back to back wins on the lobby, but they had to allow Nomads to catch up as well. Vagabonds Esports bombing out in the final 2 rounds was the perfect condition for Vagabonds Nomads to step their plays up on the battlefield, and they did exactly that. Teams like Dow Conquerors, although they could bring in the consistency of plays, they couldn't snatch away that #1 spot.
It's very difficult, really, when we see that the top dogs are in there, ending on the final safe zone. But it's more of how they get the points. And at some point, from the teams who have been focusing on placement, yes, they're doing well in second, third, and fourth. But with the gap that we have in here, as we can see on the placement point, like 4 points is already a lot. And if you cannot make a lot of kills, then that will be like nothing for everyone who's taking it on number, like for each round, always on that #1 and getting a lot of slays. So you need to put in a little bit of more of effort, even if you try to get that second place at least get in different kills, a lot of kills in there.
Yeah.
And I think it was evident for the last game has been done by the Four Kings. I mean, it's not only that they had good placement point, not so much that winner, but they got a lot of slays as well. So hopefully the similar happens for the other teams as well.
And, usually the point of focus whenever we break down these matches, Neptune, we always talk about how it's so important for the teams to get into the final circle. But for Garena Survivors, I think that statement just needs to be changed. You need to get into the final circle, and you need to, you need to stake your lives and hopefully not lose it in the process, and find a great defensive spot for yourself. Because getting into the final circle is no longer, all that too important if you cannot survive in that final circle. People get into the final circle and still get taken out in the 5th place. And that gives you a mere 3 points from placement, which is close to nothing. I mean, yes, it makes a huge difference if you have got a leaderboard that's super close to each other, but you don't want to scrape through. You want to dominate out there on the battlefield. So nothing apart from the top 3 spots will make do for any of these teams. And if they can, they just have to focus on their supreme slaying capabilities. And if you do not have slaying capabilities, the probability of you picking up that #1 spot just goes down the drain. Survivability in Battle Royales usually is the main aspect, but at Garena Survivors, it is your capability of taking the kill points to your side that reigns supreme this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we're beating that Garena Survivors title already, because survivability is not only the case right here. And for some of the teams, I would agree, AJ, I mean, they're taking that final battle, but still ending on a loss. But as we look at the qualified teams, as for those of you who are new to the broadcast right now, as mentioned, we have Vagabonds Esports in here dominating the game from the first 4 matches from yesterday. Team Dow, ENE Phoenix, has great potential to really put in the challenge of this game. But I think for day #1, there's a little bit of hesitation from them. They don't want to be that aggressive compared from what we've seen from the semifinals. But AXP Eternals, a team that provided a lot of potential and promise in terms of the slays placement, on the other hand, really lacking a lot, AJ.
And when you look at AXP Eternals and their overall capability within the competition, I expect so much more from them, because they've shown us they've got great combat capabilities. But what's the biggest problem with this team is they have focused on one of the points that we bring up: get into the final circle. But like I said, you have to keep up with the strategy of the competition, and you have to figure it out faster than the casters. The casters talk based on the strategies, but you can't wait for us to say something, right? And the point of the matter is, getting into that final circle was a outdated advice already as far as Garena Survivors is concerned, especially looking at the capability of the top teams out there. We're talking about the creme de la creme of Garena MSP overall. So you cannot take your chances whatsoever. AXP Eternals get so excited whenever they get into that final circle, and they start popping off left, right, center, which gives them so many kills. But like you said, Neptune, placement points undetected at all. And looking at Riley Esports, on the other hand, they kind of focus on the placement points a little bit, trying to get into that final circle, playing a very safe game. But Riley Esports, this is a team capable of aggression. They're just not bringing out the aggression, the exact opposite of AXP Eternals, and which is why they've got more than double of what AXP Eternals has got in terms of placement points. But in terms of the kills department, they're just hanging around 18 kills at the moment through 6 matches. And that's an average of 3 kills per game. And if you're Riley Esports, you really got to question where you stand in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, it's this team that we are hoping to challenge Vagabonds Esports and take them out early. But we'll have to find out. This might be the case. They might need a little bit more of studying and homework, because from previously they've done that. But this time, with the changes that has been done and the upgrade that has been done by Vagabonds Esports and Nomads, I think it's also updated, the playbook that they have. So we're going to continue on and talking about this team as we look into the leaderboards to provide you a better story of what happened from the first day of the grand finals. And as we mentioned, like, it was a complete domination of Vagabonds Esports, but Team Dow conquer in there, a team who has been consistent and needs that consistency really to show us that even if Vagabonds Esports and Nomads are into play, they will not be taken down and still remain the conquerors. But this team on number 4, AJ, I'm really surprised and happy that a team like Armament Radzina from the previous season are now popping off early into the finals to put in a little bit of investment in terms of the points. And as you see the kills, like even more or only 1 point behind AXP Eternals, and they managed to get better placement against the teams on number 5, AJ.
Yeah, and I want to see them, chug out the performance overall, because Armament Rodzina is proving that the kryptonite of AXP Eternals is going to be those placement points that we have been discussing so far, and they are obviously playing it super smartly on their side. And Dow Conquerors are playing both sides of this coin. They're playing placements as well as skill points. But when we look slightly down the leaderboard here, Almighty Prime, a team that was eternally dominant at Garena Survivors Season 1, have had all of that dominance snuffed out already with the controversy that they have been a part of, alongside a little bit of deduction in terms of team spirit. We don't see them clicking together out there like how they were clicking at Garena Survivors Season 1. When you look at the performance of Four Kings Aces, this is the team that stays true to its logo. Usually when you see that lion out there on the Serengeti, during the day, it's sleeping most of the time. It doesn't go out for the hunt. But when that lion wakes up, when it starts to go on that prowl, when it releases that roar finally at the end of the day, you know you're going to be toast. You know you're going to be that prey. Everybody better start running, because the Four Kings, after 4 unfortunate rounds, have finally started to wake up yesterday. And I believe today they're going to stay awake, Neptune.
Yeah, and with Fright and Kuhn in there with experience from the previous season, like, it is one thing that we can expect, that they can stay awake and get all those kills. Instinct, on the other hand, was part of a different team, and they have experience as well in terms of a lot of tournaments. Negi, on the other hand, this member of this team is previously an iPad user, and how he is converting that as a member of the team of Four Kings Aces as a mobile competitive player is so amazing, because he can still, though he's not doing that much compared to the other ones who has been used to it, but imagine, I think it's only less than a month that he switched over to using a mobile, and he is on a competitive scene, and they are doing well with 4-man in here. The support that Negi has brought into this team really brings them to where they are right now.
And Dao Vita sitting down at the 8th spot. There's no longer the top 8 that you want to aim for. If you are smart, you want to aim for the best positioning possible on the overall leaderboard at the end of the day, because it's no longer the qualifiers for the grand finals. This is the grand finals. Your final position at the end of the day determines what sort of moolah you take back home with you. And if you're Dao Vitas, you know you've got the capability. You know you've got the engagement range as well out there on the battlefield. So you better start working a little bit harder. This is one of the most wanted teams that we've seen in the past that has shown a lot of promise in the competitions of old, and I just want to see more out of them. And speaking of seeing more out of them, ABC Mystic is a team that started off hot yesterday, playing some of the placement points to perfection. Although not a lot of kills to their name, they know how to get into that final circle, but conversion at that final circle is where this team just struggles a tad bit.
Yeah, and they need to make a little bit more in terms of conversion, because with ABC Mystic, the promise that they have, especially for the MYSG scene, we've seen a different team like the Anonymous from this clan that really jumped in as well. Not so much to perform, but having other teams, not just from PH, also from MYSG, is a good part that Mystic, or a good play that Mystic will be part of, because a lot more can challenge this team, and they need to make up with anything that they lost from previously. They need to, and I'm pretty sure that they made the homework already. They have done that from previously. They were at the bottom, but was able to move up, but on the finals with a lot of teams who have been explosive in these games, and I'm still hoping for the Mystic. But for Riley Esports, we mentioned them already earlier. They have a chance to take down Vagabonds Esports, and it shows previously, but not this time. And this is where it really matters, as you pointed out, AJ. There's not a top 8 that is required to be reached. It is that number 1 spot. All those money, it's at stake, and the top right now And I'm not referring to the map, AJ, and why is the RNG gods are bringing us to the top of the map.
Yeah, the flight path is just forcing some of the teams to make mistakes at the very early stages of the game as well, because by day 2 of the grand finals, everybody's found their comfortable hotspots, their drops in here. And in fact, even on day number 1, we saw a very strict movement coming through from all of the squads as they tried their best to disengage from battles very early on and try to take those fights a little bit later towards that matchup. But obviously, with a flight path sticking towards the top of the map like this, you are going to have some forced engagements here as teams scramble in to look for their own perfect spot. And the first ones in is actually going to be AXP Kratos taking the fight up against the one and only HGED 11 Kratos. 2 Kratos squads up against each other. There can only be one God of War.
Yeah, and well, we'll have to find out what advantage can either team has, because the way I'm looking at it, HGE will be backing off a little bit, getting a little bit distance from the gunfight, and probably advantage they have against AXP Kratos. But we know the slaying power of AXP Kratos can be so much that HGE might not be able to handle it. And off screen, we're seeing Vitas in there getting for the slay. The target will be this team of NRX 420, AJ.
Laughing his way to the bank as they want to take out the players of NRX 420. Blink up top, up on the air, manages to reposition, but fought in here by Meow, who very aggressively goes in here for the chase. Blink at the back. Jabi potentially might be able to take him down and out of the equation. Blink is still trying to scramble for that dog tag left out there in the open, but I think this is premature. They just have to get the heck out of there, play the game of survival, and stake their chances on dropping back into this compound a little bit later. And it looks like that is the strategy executed here by the players of NRX 420. They gather up first behind that huge hill, but hopefully they don't rush back in prematurely.
And we'll have to find out how well NRX 420 will be able to convert and turn that around to their favor, especially as they lost one of the members. And losing members is also being done in here against AXP. But there goes the turnaround by AXP, and it is now balanced on a 3v3. HGE right now will be stuck in one corner while AXP will try and take that dog tag and scan them. They only have 20 seconds, but with this push being done by Pixie, it might be a wrong move, and Howie in there pulling out the Jack, taking on Pixie out into play. Trevor right now trying to make some damage and hits as well, but damage himself in the process and needs to back out. This is one thing that AXP Eternals really don't want, or AXP Kratos, they really don't want to happen, to lose a lot of members, because it will be difficult for them to get back.
Enjoy your Jack out there. There are rumors that the gun is going to get nerfed in the next update already, but there's no confirmation just yet. But if that is the suspicion, you better have as much as fun as possible on the Jack whilst you can, right? Dominance out there on the battlefield is so much more easier when that gun is in the current meta. Close quarters combat, you've got a Jack in your hands, especially if it was pulled out of your arsenal. You are going to get that top spot in the kill points, no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think the highlight of SMGs has been lost because of that Jack 12, and hopefully we can bring it back, because a lot of options on close quarter battle really is one thing that you need to have in a Battle Royale game. And with that being nerfed, if that happens, then there will be a lot of options and even counter against the Jack. So we'll have to see if that will happen, and if it still will be a dominating gun to use, because it reminds me of the previous meta, which is the Echo that has been partnered up with SMRS from season 1. Sorry, it was just nostalgic that we're seeing shotguns being used, the burst shotguns being used in there in the gameplay so proficiently by a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, proficiently by a lot of teams, which makes the Jack 12 one of the most annoying guns out there on the battlefield, no doubt whatsoever. Paul, I thought he was going to try to take the Jackal down with the SMRS, but he is no fool. He's not going to try to shoot it down just yet. Vitality holding on to the open grounds. There seems to be a marker of a player that has already been snuffed. out potentially around their vicinity. Vagabonds Esports, as usual, taking this cool, taking this slow, looking for the next circle. They don't want to get aggressive just yet. They want to wait for the final showdown before they show everyone what they've got.
Yeah, my priority right now is objective for the team of Vagabonds Esports, getting loot, upgrades, and probably the green or the pink arsenal prop. So we'll have to see as to what will be taken out of this game of Vagabonds Esports. Nash has already taken the lead against the rest of the teams, and even I believe we have this team in here hanging back on Sanitarium that might be heard, but Vagabonds Esports really don't care that much this early into the game because they are not yet complete on what they need to put in the damage against a different team, and this is what we're talking about. Once Vagabonds Esports are prepared, they don't spend that much time. If in case it takes them 20-30 seconds in slaying a complete squad, they just back out and wait for the next chance.
ENE Phoenix playing the meta of the Jackal right, just having one player push into the Jackal, get the game of information over the rest, and I believe they have got a chopper to their side as well, so repositioning as the Jackal hunts down players, gets that information off of teams, they should be able to prey on some of those squads that are in those off angles, potentially at a compound that they might like a little bit later on. We have to see, we have to wait. ENE Phoenix, most surely one of the teams with high potential to dominate in day 2 after not really showing up in day 1 too much.
Yeah, not showing up really because they ended 11th in there and only 24 total points. 18 kills, bouncing it off against Riley Esports, which we mentioned as well has not been performing from day number 1. But this time a chance for them to really get those slays, but they are challenging Almighty Prime. And we know the top dogs in here. And from the other side, Chase showing up. And I think there's a good chance for Almighty to catch up with the points that they lost from yesterday.
Almighty Prime telling Riley Esports to get lost as they try to pick all of their modded guns out of the gunsmith. Off screen, the players of AXP going to town with ENE, Merc, Assassin, all taken down already. This just seems to be a bloodbath out there in the open. And as the players of AXP Eternals continue to snuff out one after the other, ENE Phoenix's squad, they have got one final player remaining in the name of MJ, who could be the biggest difference maker. 2 back-to-back engagements, both for the fight of that pink airdrop that brings in your modded guns from that gunsmith. You know exactly why it's hot out there on the battlefield. But NRX 432, something seems to be different about them today. They're shutting down Vagabonds Nomads.
Well, Vagabonds Nomads really needs to be shut down, and we'll have to find out how the fireback as well as the setup will be here. Oh, and this is one thing that we'd like to see. Hopefully, NRX 432 will be backing out of this fight because we want to see Vagabonds Nomads and Vagabonds Esports fight it off instead of them. But Clyde in there going in, taking down the highest fragger from this team, and with 2 dog tags already, we'll have to find out if they'll be able to survive. But for NRX 432, not looking good because we know once they have been seen and spotted by Vagabonds Esports, they might be taken down in here, even if they have the high ground, AJ.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get taken down. If the players of Vagabonds Esports choose to get nasty now, they're going to toast out NRX 432. But this is the kind of supremacy that I expect out of NRX. You fail on day number 1, nobody cares. Day number 2, what are you going to bring to the table? That's all that matters, and it looks like 432 is ready for the fight. But I don't think that's the kind of fight you want to pick, Halo. Get the heck out of there, Vagabonds Esports. You gotta be happy they showed you a little bit of mercy. You don't want to pick a fight with them this early.
Yeah, if that happens, like, it will not just be a halo that you'll be carrying, but the wings as well in a white gown, because you'll be an angel back to the lobby at that point. And NRX 432, they don't want that to happen. They want to catch up. But the point placement, I would say, but the kills so far, it's a good start for them. And the rotation is a little bit different. They went in from farm to stand off and a little bit towards that sanitarium area, but they have been caught off guard. And speaking of being caught off guard, the 4 Kings right now, Instinct being taken down, and Kiel is already a dog tag. It's now left to Negi and Fry, but they have been split up, or they are now together, and Instinct will be left behind. HGE will be dominating that fight, but here comes Avidas for the challenge.
Yeah, Vitas might just be the saving grace for these players of Four Kings as they now distract HGE with the high ground advantage that HGE was holding on to, just messing up some of their plans. Crayons as well as Burn, they still have got that bird's eye view, but the angle held on by Jabi as well as the rest of the members of Vitas might just be what breaks the aggression of HGE D11. And although HGE had that high ground advantage, the circle left everybody high and dry. Therefore, HGE runs in towards that next circle, and Vitas turns the tables on them, taking the advantage in this matchup instead. Jabi will go ahead for that scan, bringing Ha right back through in here, and HGE are long gone. All thanks to that initial knock that they got on Ha, which gained the players of HGE a little bit of leeway to run away from the Vita squad.
And that's one thing, if you have a team name that can put in a little bit of fear into the fight, and I think that is what HGE has felt in there. Seeing the knockdown that has been done. Cranes right now trying to fight back. A chance to take down Kuzma, but there you go! Switchblade in there, and well, distance will be the matter in there. When you use Switchblade against MSMC, I mean, Switchblade will win.
Yeah, but if the MSMC is hip firing to Kingdom Come, that's what's gonna happen, man. I mean, ADS in, what are you waiting for? Close quarters combat, hip fire with the MSMC, you win, you're the king. But that sort of mid-range fight, you gotta take that ADS, man. You cannot go in for that hip fire countdown. And now, Meow dropping that medic in the nick of time, recovering a little bit of his armor as well. Fantastic play, but up top, HGE trying to take this high ground advantage. M4 just doesn't have the range at all. This is one of the basic M4s picked off of the ground with two of those blue mods on it. You're not gonna be able to get much out of it at all.
Yeah, distance it can do with a small damage, but not so much to take them down easily. And M4, unlike if it's modded or probably coming from the arsenal, it will be a different story. But as we look into the battle, it is AXP right now challenging, and this is what we're asking for. One down already, 4 vagabonds, and Nash will be out, and AXP is in their way to eliminate this squad if they do so. But knowing that, well, Vagabonds Esports will get away on a snowboard. How fast can they catch up? And also to eliminate them, Blue will be left behind with no snowboard on his feet. And 2 will be far away. Blue also skipping that Mizuki Cutie, missing that hit. But still, AXP, imagine surviving a complete squad against the Vagabonds Esports.
Vagabonds Esports outsmarting all the rest of their opponents as they have been for the past 2 days. Nash turned into a dog tag, but they still have got one final opportunity to bring the brother right back. But the dog tag out there in the open, they have to get through AXP Eternals, who are flanking around from that left-hand side. They know what the players of Vagabonds Esports want, and they want to deny that play for Vagabonds Esports. On the other hand, you have Armin and Rodzina with the opportunity as they take the fight up against Keys. Keys toasted up by PL as he brings the Jack straight to his face, knocking him down onto the ground.
And RX432 not looking good. No one is in there on the minimap, and Armin Rodzina might have taken them out early in this game. 11 teams remain in this fight, and Vagabonds Esports is now heading into the high ground. Hearing the gunshots, this is an opportunity for them to start off in this lane. But with Armin Rodzina already hanging back from the platform, an opportunity to glide away to whatever safe point they can get, then they will be able to survive. And as we can see, because of that, Vagabonds Esports will be backing off from this battle. AXP will be the next target, and we'll have to find out. This might be the turnaround that they're looking for against this team.
Blue opportunity. He needs to take this engagement good against AXP, who have piled up the pressure on them earlier on. Desync with the drive-through in here, shuts down Blue, and they take that kill. That's a big one coming through from the players of AXP. You might be wondering, how come Vagabonds Esports is suddenly nerfed? We can't tell you. Vagabonds Esports, 2 more players on the left-hand side. AXP Eternals, Luki, as well as Yato down, being hunted, and I believe the Eternals might just be able to pull this off, but it's just a drive-by. Vagabonds manages to hide away from them, and it's rare to see Vagabonds Esports hide from any team. But I guess when you've got eyes on you, you don't really want to pop off all that too much.
I need to really back off a little bit when eyes are all on you. And this time, NRX 420, we lost sight of them from day number 1. This time, a chance for them to make a killing. They are going for survivability, but they will be challenging the Conquerors at this point. They have a slightly higher high ground in here, but as the challenge of the Conquerors right now is not putting in any of a conversion for the kills, they will be backing off, taking low ground, and it will be Zeus will be left in there and an opportunity for a huge flank coming in for the rest of NRX 420, Ajay.
Let's see what 432 can do later on, but 420 with their opportunity against one of the biggest Conquerors out there on the battlefield. Dow Conquerors approaching them slowly. There's a good cluster played, and that's the warning sign. Blank gets tagged up. Zeus just blind shots coming through. Gray responds, no knockdown just yet. Kimi finds blue. AXP Eternals have got the numbers of Vagabonds Esports, and they are desperately trying to shut them down out of this equation. Luki taken out. AXP Eternals getting the deed done.
AXP Eternals was able to take them Vagabonds Esports out, but the battle continues on this side, and it is NRX 420 winning this gunfight. Baby, or Conquerors right now has been slayed. 1 kill already has been tagged and then confirmed, but Blink right now still going in for the chase against Ainra and Pabi. This is what we're asking for. The sniper Pabi giving out the slays plus the information, and this is one thing that we didn't see from day number 1, AJ.
Absolutely, man. But this is the kind of adjustment we expect out of the teams in day number 2. Almighty taking the fight up now against Riley Esports. And the next one they have to engage with would be the players of NRX 420 who are on that right-hand flank. Riley and Watts. Riley and Yang, apologies. They are outside of the circle. Bobby takes advantage, knocking Watts down onto the ground. Yang, with just 19 HP left, slowly recovering inside of his vehicle. And he just circles once again outside of that blue zone. That is just insane of a play coming through from Riley Esports just to survive the onslaught of some of these teams. And Watts taken out by Bobby, finally converted into a kill as Mizuki Cutie finds KKPG. Just all out chaos in this final circle as things come to be. Neki just circling around, sliding up and down, and Chase putting on so much of pressure from up top. This high angle gives them that perfect bird's eye view, but one thing that they do not see is the players behind them. NRX 420 might be able to break Almighty's play.
NRX 420 is on their way. Riley is in there with only solo member, and we saw them try to take that long flank to get dog tags, but it's only a few seconds remaining in here. And 19, oh my god, AJ, we just stepped into the 5th phase, and there's a lot of teams eliminated. This is unlikely for this Garena Survivors.
And you know what we expected in day number 1 was going to be slow, everybody playing it safe. But day number 2, you've gotten that information already. You can go berserk. And that's exactly what we see some of the teams doing out here on the battlefield. Forking still alive and kicking. I told you about that lion waking up, and that lion now is on the prowl. It's on the attack, but frighteningly shut down by Chase. Almighty Prime waking up as well, and they want to take the fight up to everyone from afar. Dre, Odin, perfection, shutting down the players of AXP. D6, final player left now for the side of AXP Eternals, and Dre has got his number already. Instinct from the back shuts him down instead. Great steal by the 4 Kings.
4 Kings right now with only 1 member, and the rest of the teams as a complete squad. We're looking at Almighty, and we are seeing the smoke bomber putting in a lot of damage. He's not even using a sniper just yet, but what more if he has? It looks like he will still get a lot more kills, similar to what Chase is doing, as Zeus will be taken down. ENE Phoenix, on the other hand, survivability is now the gameplay that they're putting into, and they have the slightly higher ground compared to other teams, and I think they might be taking advantage of this right. But Dre is still on the roll and still going for the kill against NRX 420, AJ.
Yeah, I want to know exactly what's his loadout for this Odin, man, because it's just way too accurate. And now he turns towards the left. He is the smoke bomber, but you are not supposed to be shooting through other people's smokes. Dre just going berserk out there on the battlefield. Spots Sucre as well. He's spotting everyone. Almighty Prime better calm down.
I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, 15 kills already. I don't think they will be calming down. They are in here to catch up on the points and put a little bit of impression into this grand finals, because yesterday not so much has been seen, but Dre is still in a row, just taking advantage of the smoke that has been in there, whether it's his or the other teams. He is just going and spraying and praying, and a hit by Chibi from the other side against Merc. 2 left, AJ, on this fight.
Yeah, 2 more teams left in here, and he has no spot at all in this final circle. It's an all-out, almighty Prime dominance, just as requested. And almighty Prime went to town with everybody out there on the battlefield.
And this is the almighty Prime that we were looking for day number 1. Not quite sure if they were sleeping, but as you can see, one member is already on his back or probably sitting down, having the camera above him. I don't know. I couldn't tell just yet because it's so dark. But I'm saying that this is what we expect from almighty. They are in there to challenge Vagabonds Esports, similar to what we've seen from the previous season. And I think this is the time for them to put it on, to pull the trigger and show us that Vagabonds Esports can be taken down from a game.
It shows that the spirit of some of the teams who got squashed yesterday is going to be waking up furiously today. Almighty Prime with an assault upon all of the teams out there on the battlefield, regardless of where they hide, regardless of the kind of defenses they hold. Almighty Prime just saw through every single player out there, managing to pick up a massive 18 slays on the battlefield this time around, 28 points all around alongside those placement points as well. Just makes Almighty Prime the almighty team in this round number 1. Right behind them is ENE Phoenix, a team that we know is capable of a lot out there on the battlefield, but they only pull away 5 kills and then second spot this time round. Forking slowly waking up and climbing up the leaderboard, but Negi still has a little bit of an issue fighting the slays out there on the battlefield with a mobile phone. Just 6 kills and the 3rd spot for the 4 Kings. NRX 420 finally wrestles their way out of the bottom of the leaderboard through this all-right performance, but it's so much more acceptable in comparison to what they could pull off in yesterday's 6 rounds. I believe just this one single round from NRX 420 beats their full day of performance in day number 1 yesterday, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we are really expecting. And the promise has been made by some of the teams, especially for those big brands that has been begged by their fans to show up and give out a good show. So I think they heard, and this is a chance for them to be the comeback kings if they will be able to continue this on. Because from what we've seen, and though NRX 420 have the potential, they have been challenged by other teams as well. And being left out in there chasing the safe zone is not a good plan anymore. When you hit that 5th phase, you don't want to be stepping outside. You want to be on a good position, better position. And with Pabi in there on the sniper, he can get them on the gatekeep. So hopefully it can be turned around. But as you mentioned, AJ, it's a good start for them. But not a good start is Riley Esports. Even if they get a good placement, Caleb's the only one getting that 1 kill. And Riley Esports, a lot of expectation has been set on them, AJ.
Yeah, and mainly the team that I, just absolutely was behind this time around is AXP Eternals. These guys were relentless as they hunted down Vagabonds Esports. We were looking for teams who are capable of shutting down a team as supreme as Vagabonds Esports. And when all eyes are on Vagabonds Esports, you expect them to tone things down a little bit, which was the case in this matchup. And AXP Eternals took advantage of the toned down Vagabonds and snuffed them out, leaving Nash as the solo survivor. But as he ran through that battlefield, the rest of the teams took good care of him. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as you're tuning in, do not hop on off because we do not have breaks after match 1 and 2. We will only be taking our first break after match number 3, which means you can expect back-to-back-to-back action. If you do drop out after the end of these matches whilst we run through the scores, you're not going to be able to catch the game number 2 or number 3 as it starts off. So stay tuned all throughout the the broadcast. We'll give you all of that back-to-back action. For a total of 13 kills, AXP Eternals picks that up in that 6th spot. I say this is more than a decent run from the Team Neptune.
Yeah, we expect a lot from AXP Eternals, especially on the kills depart. It doesn't matter if they don't get the good placement, not that much on the placement, as long as they can put in the slay and also the challenge against Vagabonds Esports. I have nothing against Vagabonds Esports, but them being taken out like this early into the fight on number 8, it gives a little bit more of a good story for the other teams, as well as if Vagabonds Esports, when will they be coming back after they have been hit in here so hard? But before we go there, a little bit glimpse of the Conquerors. They had a challenge against NRX 420, but it hasn't converted to any kills. And back to Vagabonds Esports, only Nash has 1 in here. But AJ, surprisingly, for Armament Rosina, Cookie usually gets 5 kills or even more, but this time it's only 1 from each. And just wondering what needs to be triggered for Armament Rosina to fire back.
What will trigger them is the fact that if they start slipping down the overall leaderboard, you'll see them wake right back up. And I'm very sure Armament Rosina did not expect the players of AXP Eternals to pop off in this manner. So there's a high probability in this next game, we are going to see them, just go a little bit berserk later on. So hopefully that is the case. Cookie, I know he is raring to go already, and we can expect his performance in this next matchup. But ABC Mystic, we talked about some of their consistency in plays. They pick up 4 kills, which is good in terms of engagement overall in comparison to some of the other teams towards the bottom here. But placement points, is just non-existent after you pass that 8th spot. Even at the 8th spot, you only pull away 1 point, which, is really nothing, right? And when you look at AXP Kratos, on the other hand, the only thing they could afford for themselves this round was a single point from Trevor and his score. NRX 432, I thought, had a decent engagement against the Nomads. Those are where they picked up the 2 kill points from. But apart from that engagement against the Nomads and those 2 kills, they really get nothing else to their side. HGD11 Kratos, on the other hand, with a massive number of 8 kills down at the 13th spot. That's good.
Very, very good, AJ. I mean, with HGE popping up like this is a prompt for everyone else to also put in the challenge. At some point, it brings in a different, what can I call this? A different impulse from the other teams. If HGE and other teams has been getting a lot of kills, it will let them think that why can't we do that? Why can't we get a lot of kills even if we don't survive longer? And hopefully that is the case. But for Vitas right now, though, it's sound to have that Jackal gameplay, but I don't think Meow will be able to play that so hard because it's damaging the performance of the team. Imagine only 2 kills, and they had an opportunity as well against NRX 420 earlier on. But look at how it ended for this breakdown. And that will question your gameplay if it's still working, or will they be similar to what we've seen from previous season? The main team, the core team of 4 Kings will be doing, still maintaining the same and expecting a different result, AJ.
And if you're doing the same thing, expecting a different result, you know what they call you. They call you an insane person out there on the battlefield. So hopefully we don't see any insanity in terms of gameplay, but we see them playing the game of smarts, putting their brain where the brawn needs to be put onto the pause a little bit. We know everybody here, the top 16 teams in MSP have got mechanical capability. They know how to shoot. But can you strategize your approach to that final circle perfectly, round after round after round? That is where you prove your capability as a squad. That's where you prove that you've got those big brain plays that can overcome mechanical capability. Because for me personally, Neptune, it's always going to be strategy over mechanical engagements.
Yeah, I guess you won't be able to apply mechanical engagement if you don't have a good strategy of approach. Like, like for this, for instance, earlier we've seen that MSMC versus the Switchblade. That is mechanical skills that really slip up. The plan out there, the tactic out
Panic,
there
bro.
is use that in a good distance. But
Yeah.
if you don't have that plan of switching to ADS, then it doesn't matter. The mechanical skills will be trash at that point.
Yeah, that's basically just basic skills, but that moment there was just a moment of panic. I see the guy, I'm already halfway shooting at him already. How do I switch over to that ADS? And, you know, that's the difference between a true pro and an amateur, right? Because if you do hit your ADS button, even as you're hip firing, it will ADS in. So that's the one downside that we didn't see that player play to perfection earlier on. And if you look at the performance of Almighty Prime, it's a little too good, you know, in comparison to how they were performing yesterday. They were just literally, you know, they embodied Vagabond's esports today. That's what Almighty Prime did. Almighty Prime was what Vagabond's esports was yesterday, Neptune.
And I don't know the trade-off. Like, I don't know what's happening with the trade-off of some teams popping off while the others are bombing out. So we'll have to see what happens. I think they're also counting if Backbone's esports is already out, similar to what we've seen from Backbone's Nomads. Oh, okay, our brothers are out. We can pop off. And at this point, since Backbone's Nomads has a different challenge to this game, Almighty Prime is a different plan, and they want to beat Vagabonds and Nomads from that game. And that is what they did, taking that last and final moment to their win. And not only that, a lot of kills as well for their team.
Yeah, you know, there's no intention for us at all to wish for the downfall of the Vagabonds brand, but we just want to see some of the other teams take an equal footing fight against Vagabonds, you know. But when a team just try to step up, Vagabonds is nowhere to be seen. Nomads and Esports both bombed out super early in game number 1, which I have an inkling, I have a feeling might continue through the day unless we see some cheekiness out of them to, you know, rise back up to the occasion. But the moments where Vagabonds truly perform their best is when they are pressured. When they perform their best is when they see some other teams rising above them. Yeah, they don't like that. They'll bring out the big guns later on, I'm sure.
And I think there's a certain threshold that they're maintaining right here. They can take a peak, they can take that lead on this game. And once that threshold has been reached, or they can slow down a little bit and later on get back up. Just to make sure that they can maintain it. And, well, it's good enough for us because it gives us a good story. But if this is something that they can put on and off when needed, then I don't know what can this do, or this team do, because they can achieve a lot more if they can dictate the end of the game, AJ.
I don't know what the teams can do, but I know what you can do. You can take a quick screenshot and make sure you redeem the Lucky Box coupon. We've got one each for each and every single one of you. Now, this is the time-limited coupon. Make sure you redeem it as quickly as possible, because by the time we reach to the end of the broadcast, it's not going to be available anymore. And I'm very sure all of you want the giveaway. Thank you. The only reason why we are able to show you the giveaway code so early on the broadcast is because you made the viewership explode. Game number 1 itself, we hit massive numbers, but we expect the exact same for the upcoming matches. For today, we are changing up the broadcast format. We are not taking breaks. Neptune and I are going to be sitting down here 3 matches back to back to back, and we are going to scream for you guys as loud as we can as those teams bring out their very best. So make sure you do not go anywhere. And just like that, we are just about 30 plus seconds away from hopping on into game number 2, Neptune.
Yeah, and this is the least that we can do for a community, because we want you to experience back-to-back battle. Taking breaks, yes, it's good for the teams, for us, but we can do it. And especially AJ, he has the energy, who can do a lot more for a day. So what more can we do in here than to give you back-to-back battles? So just don't go away. A lot more will be in here, because round number 2 is about up, and we are going to see if Vagabonds Esports will be turning it on this time, or will they be staying low as we've seen from round number 1, AJ?
flight path, freaking cheeky today, man. First, it's towards the top of the map. Now it's skewed towards the left. But, you know, Countdown's not going to be all that too far away. Teams can still make a play towards practice range, pick up the chopper, and then fly over into Countdown, because we know Almighty Prime surely loves that spot. But by the looks of things, Almighty Prime doesn't seem to be aiming for the exact same drop this time around. Team L kind of focusing their the pressure that they want to play towards Dormitory as usual. As they push on towards Dormitory from Ski Town, it's not going to be an impossible spot to drop on into. Vagabonds Esports, on the other hand, will be hopping on into Ski Town, which I feel might be the biggest pressure for the players of Almighty Prime to play against a little bit later on. I think Vagabonds wants early revenge, nephew.
Well, I'd like to see if that will be happening at this point, because several instances already. We have Dormitory being taken by Almighty Prime and Ski Down right now. But as we look at the map of Ski Down, there's a lot of potential of them not meeting, because this slopes down. And with the slope that Ski Down has, as well as the compound next to it, like, it gives out a lot more for this team, especially their upgrades usually at the bottom of this hill, and if not an outpost, so they will be getting away from the tracks of Almighty Prime. But as we look at the leaderboards on the left hand side, a glimpse of what we are seeing in here from the scores after round number 1. So hopefully, for those of you who are in here waiting for that leaderboard, you can only see it in the game, because as AJ and I mentioned, we will not be going for the break, and this is the glimpse, this is a signal that you have to see those scores and who is leading.
And Vagabonds Esports alongside Nomads are not going to be in a rush to perform just yet, because all the other teams are quite a stone's throw away from them. In fact, miles away. You need someone with a massive victory as well as kill points on their side to catch up. Even if you're Dow Conquerors, you need about a solid 30 points to get close to Vagabonds Esports. And that's not just 30 points, it's 30 points more than whatever Vagabonds Esports can put into each and every single one of these rounds. But if Vagabonds bombs out again, just like what they did in round number 1, then it becomes so much more for the Conquerors.
I have to see if the Conquerors will be able to conquer this time and get ahead against Vagabonds and Nomads, because well, I couldn't say that it's intentional, probably just a fluke out there that both of the Vagabonds brand has been taken out early, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because a lot of expectation has been set between these teams, and we are really challenging the other teams as well to put up a fight, and that is where Team Dow Conquerors, even Armament Radzina, can go into the play, because they are managing for Conquerors on a placement, for Armament Radzina on the kills. Even AXP Eternals has a good running, especially with the gameplay that we saw out of them from round number 1. Vitality, on the other hand, they are not part of the top 10 that we have in this on the left hand side, and hopefully Vitality will be able to show a good gameplay in here. Survivability can be the key focus of Vitality, but the rotations right now, there are a lot of tendencies that they will be meeting up, because moving in on this area of isolated, and it's the desert part, you will be pushed into the green grass, and that is where a lot of teams has been pulled in with the drop points that they have.
I see the conversation going on in the comment section now. A lot of accusations being thrown around left, right, center. And I just want to ask the audience, why would you accuse one team and not another when, you know, the movements and what's done out there seems to be extremely similar? Let that sink in. Let that question simmer in your brains whilst we continue with this broadcast for match number 2. And let's just see exactly where we end up overall in this competition, man. Because some of the accusations that you guys are very easily throwing out, I'm not saying it's wrong, but if you want to become a police in the comment section, you have to police every single team out there on the battlefield without any biasness whatsoever, and not just against a team that you do not like. You have to be fair, you have to be square against all of the teams out there with your assessment. So that's all I ask of you. You want to accuse? No problem. Make sure you've got a decent amount of evidence on your side and make sure you very fairly judge all of the teams out there on the battlefield based on what you see. So carefully watch and help us investigate. Kuzma out there on the battlefield this time round. Team Dawitas, opportunity to circle around. They have got all 4 members alive and kicking. And just beyond the horizon, Vitality CL might just drive to their deaths in here as they drop by Crash.
And rotation right now from Vitality, looking at it, they might be seeing and meeting them. Right now. Good vantage point against Vitality, and he can provide details out here as Meow is still flying around, but with right now on the sniper, will be able to track down the team of Vitality CL. The moment they stop, it's just a matter of calling in for air support, and that is where Meow comes into play. But HGE right now will be seeing the sights of NRX 420 and Pappy staying out because of his snipe capability. And there goes a takedown, and back at it is Pappy from NRX 420, AJ.
420, Pappy as usual popping off with the M21. So far we haven't really seen any solid headshots out of this M21 because of how players just love to spam it towards the bodies of the opponents. I tried picking up the Arctic 50 and bringing it into a matchup. Yeah, the movement's truly nerfed by picking up that Arctic 50 in the current meta, but hopefully that's something that the game adjusts so that we can see a few more extra of those snipers being used out, a few different types of snipers. I really miss my little Arctic 50, man. I mean, the days where we used to pop off left, right, center with it. I miss those days, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the damage the Arctic 50 really can put into play at this point, but with the release or the showing of M21 EBR, the spam capability can put in a lot of annoyance in this game, as we can see right now coming from Kimish. But the conversion from Kimish right here is prime because he knows how to get the distance as well as when to fight using this gun. But with the Arctic 50, like at some point, all you have to do is get the general location and then do a trial run. One hit later on, once you get that signal, then you can go and just track them on their heels. But we'll have to see if that will still be happening with this current meta on this game. AXP right now going and taking down the brothers on this compound, AJ.
The brothers indeed, in terms of opportunity that they are creating for themselves in here, it's huge. But up top, you can see the Jekyll on for that flyby. Desync pushing on up. This is AXP Eternals. Opportunity to visit them at the top side of this house as well. Right outside, 4 Kings dropping by. That Jekyll's going to pressure the 4 Kings, and that's going to be the opportunity for AXP Eternals to pick up those easy kills. 4 Kings, they are approaching this compound. They are approaching the house of AXP Eternals. AXP has to respond now, Neptune.
Here comes Instinct going in for that look, using that sniper. McKellen already has information, and the spray is on with this M4. But the back out from 4 Kings will be cut short in here, as Pride has seen a team already going for the left flank. And a good lead right now has been taken by AXP in terms of rotation. They will have a slightly higher ground compared for the 4 Kings. Thus, the 4 Kings will be backing off, taking cover, using the house that they were in earlier, because no one wants to be in the crosshair of Kimish, especially with how he gets those kills. And not only that, we have as well Armament Rodzina on this hill. And this one problem, when you take the highest ground, you will be the target with a lot of snipers, a lot of people who will be looking at you because they don't want to be backstabbed from above.
Payton couldn't really slide away. That AK-47 catching him a little off guard. NRX 432, no slays, no kills so far, but they are on the hunt, sticking together quite easy. But the final team you want to meet there is AXP Eternals, and thankfully NRX 432 runs the other way instead. The players of AXP Eternals, they are just playing this game on a whole other level in comparison to their previous showings. At the semis, they showed promise. At the grand finals, they are really stepping it up to keep their name and respect up, at an all-time high, Neptune.
That's the one thing that you need to do. I mean, the respect and the name, it really needs to be put in there. And like that will depend on the performance that you have. If, and say, you have a good brand, you have a good name already, but the performance is lacking, as really damages a brand. So hopefully they'll be able to maintain that. But from this fight right now, though, AXP, even after the battle that we've seen earlier against their brothers, they were taken out early into the fight, but they were in there getting back with the dog tags. The getting back will be instinct as well from the Four Kings, and there's no hiding even with that poltergeist. And Mizuki Cutie, just Mars leaning around, will be able to get to the door of the mansion, but with Fright as well as the rest of the team just chasing one AJ, it's not looking good unless you have a vehicle or probably a snowboard to get away. What with this grass, he might be not be moving that well.
Jabi finds Void. AP not as lucky as they want to be, but the Four Kings. I want to ask the Four Kings, what do they have in store for us in day number 2? Their rise up to the top needs to be a little bit more stronger if they want to excite their fans. They represent the Four Kings brand. You may be the second team, but you carry the honor of your squad now. HGED11, they are allowing Vagabonds to get to that airdrop, shoot crayons, manages to tag up Blue. Luki doesn't care. Luki just runs towards the airdrop even though people are shooting at the team, because he knows the M21 can't really do much from that sort of a distance, and the damage is quite negligible, Neptune.
Yeah, it's priority versus fear. And knowing this team is Vagabonds Esports, they don't want fear to be a challenge against the priority. Priority is to prepare for the next battle, for the battle at hand, because we still have 15 teams remaining, and they don't want to end up similar to what we've seen them from around number 1. Now, without knowing who is challenging them, it's a good plan as well for AGE to back out, because as they have, as Vagabonds Esports has the arsenal already, a quick flank and a turnaround, a backstab against them, HGE might be saying bye-bye that easily.
How are they gonna manage to recover from this situation, Pogs? This is Nomads dropping into this matchup with just 3 players. I guess that's gonna be the reason for underperformance instead. We will have to wait and see. For all you know, 3 players can just rule this entire lobby if they wanted to. Travis repositions, backs away from all of that crazy engagement. Vagabonds Esports, so rare to see them with 0 kills onto their side. But once again, man, they need to take things slow after starting things so hot yesterday, alerting everyone. Riley closing in. NRX 4-3-2 popping off as well, but the big dogs aren't really doing much on the battlefield at the moment, Neptune.
Riley right now really need to move up, and as they wait for what's a lot of lost opportunity will be there and not to their side. So positioning, yes, they can get a good position, probably get a few kills just to make sure that once Watts comes back, then he will have something on him to use later on. But they need to work fast after Watts will be back from the dead, because they need to catch up with the points. And as we talk about points, NRX 420 right now in here challenging Vagabonds Esports. We'll have to see who will get the more points in this engagement between these 2 teams, because in performance-wise, AJ, it's more viable for Vagabonds Esports.
Vagabonds Esports going up against NRX 420. This is gonna be a huge fight, and NRX 20 in a lot of trouble. Vagabonds Esports, they seemed a little nerved right now, but Bobby, you don't want to tease those boys, man. You want to be backing away. The biggest, baddest cats out there on the battlefield. Vagabonds Esports will eat you alive with the current way you stand, and you're just teasing them prematurely. Bobby pulls out the M21, shots fired. Vagabonds Esports not aggressing on 4th, and behind them, look at who's here. Almighty Prime on the way to catch the backs of Vagabonds Esports, Neptune.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Vagabonds Esports will be taken down by Almighty Prime, because it is a triangle location in here, and we'll have to see who will be sighted first. But I love what Bobby did with that Jackal, just in case Vagabonds Esports push through. That explosion will take them down. Lucky was able to take down Quasi, but before that, a hit has been made against Nash. But Yato right now recovering from the damage. The pickup is being done while Lucky is distracting Almighty in here. And there you go. One dog tag from the side of Almighty. And I think the trade-off is, well, this saves NRX 420 from the impeding challenge of Vagabonds Esports. But with that over, I think the next target back to 420.
4-3-2 now. Riley Esports in front of them. Joko and Halo have to play this carefully. Cookie up top, on top of the windmill, trying to play the bird's eye view advantage against everyone else. In fact, I actually think he's just trying to survive up there, avoiding all of those engagements because the rest of his team members nowhere near or around him. Instinct with a long-range hit onto Crayons, taking him down and out as well. Vagabond still alive. Almighty Prime did not get close enough to do any sort of big damage, but NRX 420, they continue this onslaught. And Bobby Boy, I told you to back away, but you insisted, and you eat the bullets of the players of Vagabonds now.
And they are doing the same mistake, going inside a compound where they usually fail in the battle. And with Vagabonds Esports, knowing how they pull those accuracies against you, they can pull out now and then later on get back once they are prepared. But when you are NRX 420, who is prioritizing and picking up your teammate, you'll be a sitting duck. And not only that, we have the 4 Kings right now moving in for the fight. So there's no rest for this team of 420.
Bright manages to catch Blink's back, and I believe that's just an onslaught. Zeus caught as well. Kill, just sacrificing all of his armor to get that second knock, and that is just perfect as Zeus gets knocked down onto the ground by the one and only Kill. 4 Kings are in here to run the town, and they've scared everybody else away. I believe NRX 420 is done and dusted, but the next one for the 4 Kings to perhaps take aim at might be Vagabonds Esports towards the left, but the 4 Kings focus towards their back instead. HEED 11 Kratos, the next one to eat up.
And then just one thing, we also have ABC missing on the other side. But here comes the challenge of the top dogs as we expected. Vagabonds Esports and Almighty Prime. We have yet to see that, but from the kill feed, we're seeing the 4 Kings managing in spite of the 2 teams surrounding them later on. And I think that is because of the safe zone and the good play for the 4 Kings right now to use that to their advantage, AJ.
This is the 4 Kings and the kindness of plays that I respect out of the squad, trying to chug out every single bit of performance, but they need to move. They cannot allow that circle to dictate their pacing. They need to dictate their paces before that circle starts pressuring them. And the 4 Kings are being caught out here. Amateur mistake. And if Vagabond Snowman starts looking up at this point, it can be a GG. And as I say that, Negi gets tagged up. Kill gets tagged as well. This is unfortunate because the 4 Kings are allowing themselves to get forced in here by the circle. All other teams take advantage, and the 4 Kings pay such a huge price as they sacrifice Negi to the circle.
You don't want to prioritize on kills versus the safe zone, especially at this point of this game. The 5th, the 4th, even the 4th can do a lot of damage, can throw off your game. And with Negi and Kiel already out, all they have to do right now is survive later on. And well, Instinct is still putting a lot of fight and damage in here, but with the presence of a lot of teams within this next small circle, they might be taken out that quickly. So they need to reposition and reposition. They do, but Instinct right now just gets off of that track because there's not much really to get cover from this compound, AJ.
This compound is being conquered by Vagabonds Esports, but the 4 Kings trying to take advantage. Yato from the back turns around, but in the mix, everybody taking the fight up against Instinct and Fright at the same time. But Nash bags both kills. Luki still surviving. Yato was the only sacrifice as the 4 Kings took a super aggressive fight against Vagabonds Esports. It was something they needed to do, but that's the price you have to pay when you allow the circle to dictate your pacing. This is something that we talked about, and the 4 Kings fell victim to their own pace in there, allowing Vagabonds Esports to take that advantage as they held a better circle with the numbers. GB shuts down Halo. NRX 432 in trouble as well, but Luki assumes that high ground advantage like we know Vagabonds loves to play, and this is going to be trouble for everybody else.
A lot of kills right now can be taken by Luki, special in high ground, and 4 in hand, and Jack for close range, but no targets hit just yet. Nash is doing damage at the bottom right there, and Blue as well. But going back to the gameplay of 4 Kings, I think a little bit too aggressive in there in the final moment. Even if they were able to take down one member of Vagabonds Esports, not so much to damage this team, and as well as they still not out in there for that moment, so there's still chance for them to survive later on. We're going back into the battle. Almighty is losing all hope. It's now left to one in here, and it is Chibi. But same goes for Vagabonds Esports, as Loki right now will try to go in and go for the pickup against Nash. It's a good thing no one is testing, but I think it's a little bit too early. Chibi has sighted one of them.
Yeah, Chibi just took some wild shots into the smoke, but missed every single bit of it. Nash recovers his armor, brought Luki back. Luki with a backstab, unreal positioning as he catches out Chibi, but Chibi runs away, leaving Most Wanted to deal with Vagabonds Esports. And Vagabonds, they are waking up once again. Here comes Vitas, Jabi as well as Meow from the bottom. Nash steps on down, hits that rewind outside of the circle. Circle tags him up. Chibi has the opportunity, just needs to step on out and shut him down. Nash, what a play. Vagabonds Esports out, and it is the Vitas that secure. Oh, Almighty Prime, was Chibi still alive? I think they got the victory.
Oh my goodness, this is such confusing right now. Almighty Prime, smart move in there. Despite of the chaos that's happening between these team of Vagabonds Esports as well as the Vitas, Almighty Prime Chibi was able to relocate on the farther side, survive a little bit longer compared to the team. And who wouldn't? If you are going in for a gunfight against a different team, HPs will be going down, and if you're just sitting pretty in there, all you have to do is just wait. And I think that's what happened for the team of Almighty Prime, AJ. Thus, survivability was in their favor.
Vagabonds Esports showed to Almighty Prime yesterday that it is okay, and therefore Almighty Prime, they step it up in a dominant way. 7 kills, and they pick 10 points off of those placements. Almighty Prime doing a lot to continue climbing up the leaderboard here, but Vagabonds Esports wants to keep their pressure on the competition. A massive number of 14 kills picked up with the 6 points from placement gives them 20 points in this round. Phenomenal for Vagabonds Esports. And this is what happens when the Vagabond squad wants to wake up, Neptune.
And once they wake up indeed, and from the performance in there, even with 2 members, they still managed to outplan this team of Vitas, even if Vitas has more members. But I still salute to Vitas right now. We called them out earlier on because they're not putting in a lot of the kills, and this time they put in a little bit more in kills. That is 6, but the placement will really add up to good point in here. Hopefully this is enough for them to continue on and get better strides to take it by the final round. But another thing that we are happy to see is NRX 432 right now. Survivability plus the kills coming from this team. Total of 7 in terms of kills, and the placement that they can get in here, it is a 4. So this is 11 points coming from this team. Good start for them. Unfortunately, for the same brand, NRX 420, yes, good in placement, not so much in the kills, AJ.
Yeah, but it's so much better than their performance yesterday. So I'll take this better than them bombing out in the 16th spot, right? And I feel like the fans are going to be very pleased with this improvement, but still questioning what else can NRX 420 bring into the competition. And I hope for their sake that it's a lot, or else they are going to be left in the dust like some of these teams are already doing with their performance. And you know, NRX 420, they not only overstayed their welcome at that high ground, because so many teams already knew that they were in there. And once teams already eye you, you have to reposition. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it, especially when you know that the kill feed is available. Teams know that it is you who are hiding away in there. And Pabi made the biggest of mistakes to run out of that compound. I don't know what the communication was all about, but I don't think Pabi is the rusher of this team. In fact, he's the sniper, and he should be holding on to the high ground advantage and backing away from all of those engagements, taking the advantage of flanking those players with those long angle connections in terms of shots, but none of that strategy was played. This is just purely a game of survival by NRX 420. And it was the Four Kings that snuffed them out of the equation initially, but there was one survivor. Raygun managed to get out of there, play the game of survival, and pick up more placement points than the Four Kings themselves, who put an end to the run of 420 technically. And if you look at the 6th spot here, it's picked up by Armin and Rodzina. Cookie once again not performing well this time around. The guy has to wake up, and I believe it's not long before he does. PL provides 1 in terms of kill point. Nomads, although they do not have the 4th member, they have no problem picking up kills. 6 slays and 1 point from placement. I think that's super decent, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in there that they can perform like this, even if they jumped in with 3 members out there. Because so far, like, Travis is still there, the highest layer that we have from day number 1. So it's good possibility for them, but not so much this time. Probably the tactics really changed because of 1 less player. But I'd like to go back on Armin Razina earlier. And I think one reason why they ended up on the 6th place is because of the gameplay that Cookie made. And if I'm not mistaken, that's coming back from the Revive Light, taking that tower and that windmill will be a good vantage point just in case he has a weapon. But since there's no, and MW11 not so much on sniping can be done in there, then he will not be getting a lot of kills. Riley, on the other hand, we have them on the 8th spot. It's better compared to the previous round for them, but not so much to pull them higher into the scoreboard. But wow, what the aggressiveness of the Four Kings at this point. Imagine 14 kills. And as we keep saying, for those doing a lot of slays, it's okay if they don't get any placement, because with the number of kills that they put in this game and who they challenge at the matter really brings in a different high for the aces.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the 9th spot Four Kings picks up more points than Vitas did in the 3rd placement. So the final circle really doesn't matter all that too much unless you're picking up that number 1 spot that gives you the bonus 10 points, or, you know, worst case scenario, up to that 4th placement, which gives you a little bit of decent amount of points. So the Four Kings, although not doing too great in terms of placements, which was so unfortunate, I feel like it could have been so much better, right? And this is something that I want Oops Sorry and the squad to focus on, which is strategy. There are some do's, there are some don'ts, and that was a huge no-no. That was a huge don't when it comes to Battle Royales, especially when it comes towards that final circle. You do not allow the final circle, or any circle as a matter of fact, to dictate your pace. You have to keep your eye on the clock. You have to move when the time is right. You have to move when the time is ripe, or you are going to be overripe. And that fruit usually gets thrown out of the window. The Four Kings kind of got snuffed out a little prematurely because of their indecisive maneuver. I think after they caught the players of NRX 420, they were very happy already. And they started partying up top on the hill. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that was the case. Team 16 AXP Kratos, good performance by Ninja. In fact, spectacular performance by Ninja this time around. 10th spot, but thanks to him, they pick an extra 5 kills, and Trevor throws in 2, so an overall 7 points picked up by the Kratos squad down at the bottom. HED 11 picks up nothing. ABC Mystic, very decent once again with the slays, although no placement points, a total of 7 to their name.
Well, this gives us a different story for ABC Mystic, because from the previous season, we often get them start off with the placement, and this time they're starting it off with the kills. And it's more of survivability that they need to pull out from the bag that they have, because we know that ABC Mystic can pull that off. I think they're just waiting for Blackout for that to happen. This time in Isolated, it's not their stronger points, so they are focusing on the edge of the safe zone and getting kills from them. And at that point, similar approach will be done by similar to what we've seen from Four Kings. You stay back on the edge of safe zone. Yes, you get kills, but with that safe zone moving in closer to you, it's just a matter of time, because apart from the gatekeeping from the teams who are already in there, you will be taking the damage of that safe zone, of that blue zone. So basic classic mistake. A lot of things and can be done like smartly. Hopefully they can put that and apply that on the next round. But on 13th spot, we have Vitality CL. 2 points in here coming from Shy and Faden. P Kratos right now in here with 3 points their name. ENE Phoenix, not so much of the potential that we have seen from them. And similar to the Conquerors, wherein they have been taken down early. Only 2 kills, AJ.
Just 2 kills, but it's better than no kills whatsoever. ENE Phoenix, I'm not so impressed with their performance in the grand finals as opposed to what they did at the semis, but I know there's still room for improvement in here, and that's what I'm expecting out of them. Dow Conquerors ain't conquering nobody, down at the 16th spot, just 2 kills for them. And, overall, a little bit of an unfortunate round. But I want to focus on the victory that Almighty Prime took in this round. It wasn't as dominant in terms of kills as round number 1 was, but it was a game of brainy plays. They made sure they hide behind that one tiny little airdrop that was left out there on the battlefield, allowed the players of Vagabonds Esports to get damaged by the circle, allowed Most Wanted to do that damage, and then stepped up at the very final second to take the last kill. And that was, the big brain play that I was looking for out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, and for this play, this is the standoff of Vagabonds Esports as well as NRX 420. And I think it is a challenge from the other side coming from Almighty Prime that really pulled out Vagabonds Esports from that engagement. Oh, we just skipped. But earlier on, before this scene happened, before the two of the members of Vagabonds Esports left in there on this fight, it is just like a good potential for Vagabonds Esports, but the block off that has been done by 420 right now, probably one reason as well as to why they were surprised from behind by the Four Kings. But with a gameplay that has been done in here, Vagabonds Esports, regardless of how many enemies they have, they can play it smart, stay in that safe zone right now, but not smarter, and staying longer in there compared to Chibi, because Chibi out there was just waiting, as you mentioned, just behind the airdrop, stepping in the right moment and surviving farther than the rest of the team.
And just like that, we are down with 2 matches with 4 more to go. The dominance that we saw yesterday does not continue in here today, but Vagabonds Esports still managing to extend their lead at the top of the leaderboard. We thought it might just go down to a point where they are truly desperate, where it pushes them to perform, but we don't even need to wait for that point. And even more impressive than Vagabonds Esports, I have to say, were actually Nomads. 6 kills, even as they brought in just 3 players to the mix, is quite impressive, Neptune.
Yeah, that's one thing that we really are seeing from this, from the season, from this team. Vagabonds Esports has let go, well, not entirely, but let go of those usual gameplay wherein they will now be spotted later on, or from the early part, and then will be coming back in there later on. They're starting it off early. I don't know. I'm not sure. Probably it's because we mentioned it already within the game or within the broadcast that this is what we see of the gameplay, and they need to switch it up. And that is what they're doing. The same with Vagabonds and Nomads at this point. But with survivability, they are being outsmarted by some of the teams. And it's a good run for Vagabonds Esports at this round. But still, Almighty in there, up for the challenge for survivability. And it will bring them closer to Vagabonds Nomads on that number 2 spot.
And I want to see more of not aggression, but strategy from the teams. Once again, I know you guys can shoot. I just want to see if you guys can strategize your way into the circle and get the victory at the end of the day, right? Strategy trumps mechanical skills, hands down. S match number 3 gets set up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're going to kick things off, but make sure you hit that like. Make sure you drop that share as well if you haven't already. Flight path this time round cuts through New Vision City all the way down to Frigid Wetlands, and I expect the Four Kings to take that hot drop into New Vision City, because that was the initial approach that has been giving them a lot of that high tier loot as well as advantage over the other teams, Neptune.
Yeah, and as we look at the flight path right now, I mean, it's just deja vu from the earlier that we've seen. I mean, well, hopefully the result will be different, but with drop points right now and early engagement might be the same for this team. And as you mentioned, New Vision City will still be in there, and a team coming from Pipeline and Circus all together will be taken by this team of Armin Rodzina. So they are the first contender, just in case like the Four Kings goes in for that circus side of that bridge. But so far it's overgrown, that will be overpopulated right now with a lot of teams the same as Sakura. So where they will be landing, and as they push themselves in there or outside of their area, the safe zone or the next circle shows up in here. Like, this is just tricking and trolling them. Okay, go ahead on that side, but we'll be going here on the other side, says the next safe zone.
It looks like Christmas came early for the Four Kings because they can continue looting up as much as they want and then just move a little bit so that they're still within New Vision City, but able to continue looting up as they enter the next circle as well. Riley Esports this time round with a very early takedown onto a player from the side of Vagabonds, Nomads, and Void gets taken out of the equation. Both Vitality as well as HGE whacking them at the same time.
And we'll have to see if they will be able to recover right now. Maui right here. Oh, Phaeton from behind going for the kill. Now Maui will be able to clean up a few of the members, but it's Algs, Crayon, and Maui right now with Burns already out of this game. They need to go for a different plan of approach to take down, completely eliminate this team of AXP. But Ninji will be spraying in there with the bullets that the RPD has. There's no surviving for Algs at that point, AJ.
No surviving indeed, but Ninji, as he turns around the corner, finds Alps, drops him to the ground. 6 HP, this survivor. But Maui should have taken him down. Ninji, with the 6 HP earlier on, manages to run circles, shutting down Maui. Crayon finally puts the end to that, but the backup from Trevor, what a play. AXP Kratos, what a play, Ninji.
Ninji was able to just spray in there. There's no praying needed for Ninja.
Yeah, because Maui ran away.
We'll have to see if that will be the case. It's very difficult, really, AJ. Like, if you use an LMG just like that, then you lose bullets. It's very difficult to reload. That probably is one thing that you need to consider. You need to be a safe place to be able to use that efficiently. And just in case, for me, just my point, if that gun just loses, let it go, because it brings you low mobility as well if you have that out. So just let that go and then just run away, run as far as you can.
Yeah, if you guys don't let it go, Neptune is gonna break into song in a few moments. Let it go, let it. There's no M4 LMG that can break the ice in their hearts. NRX 432 switching vehicles, like they switch out skins out there on the battlefield, but unfortunately for them, in Garena Survivors Season 2, you can't really bring in your flashy skins, thanks to a little bit of exploitations by some of them out there initially through the qualifiers. Everybody has got to deal with bot skins, and I love it, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the entertainment is not with the skins. It's more of the gameplay as well as the story that they bring in. And skins is just an additional. It's just a bonus that the team and the game can put in. And let's leave that to the content creators. They can just flare out all those skins later on. But this time we want to focus on the gameplay, not so much on what they're using, what gun they're using, what is the name, as well as what color it is. This time, it's purely gameplay and tactics that we want to see. And as AJ mentioned, strategy can bring you a lot of a long way in terms of competition. So that is what we want to focus, and that is the only color that we need to see right now, AJ.
Yeah, Neptune, I've got a question for you, man. If you can pick 3 content creators to put a to get their skin into the game, who would these 3 content creators be from Garena?
Don, your brother, will be here.
He's on my list too.
Because he has a lot of skills. Oftentimes when something comes out, he will be in there already exactly like 1 o'clock, whether it's morning or evening. He will be spinning that. It usually happens, and I jump in there as well just to watch and feel the envy.
Okay, you got Don, but who else? Who are the other 2?
You.
What, me? No. Proper players, bro. I'm just an idiot.
But the skins you have, AJ. The skins you have, I would say. But proper player, well, So we already have one from there's nothing happening, so we can talk about this.
Even if something's happening, this is a more important topic.
This is how much the community misses the skin. We can talk about it this time. But Don is one. Blink is one as well, because he pulls that out as well, put it in the gameplay, and also
wait. I think I need to be clear with my question. I asked you, who do you want to see in the game as a skin?
As a skin? Oh, okay. As a skin...
Yeah, I want to see Dawn in the game. That's hands down, okay? But why? I will not say, the comedy element. I'm too PC for that, so I will not be mentioning it out on the broadcast. If you guys want to throw in the reason into the comment section, I am not held responsible for that. So I agree with you. Dawn's definitely a guy I want to see in the game as a skin. But who are the other two players?
I have one. I have Oops Sorry.
Amen, bro. Great minds think alike, man. Dawn and Oops Sorry were on my list. You've got 2 for 2 so far, Neptune. Who's your third one?
That's tough. I want to go for Get, and he can maintain like a different proportion of the body, because he's a kid, so he can be smaller compared.
But I'm sensing a butt.
Well, it's not so much that it can be done that easily in this game. So, like, if you look at the appearance, that's the only thing that can bring in a lot more of Get into the gameplay. But from Dawn and Oops Sorry, that's a good... what else can bring in a little bit more of flair as a skin? I can't think of anyone at the moment. Who's your third one, AJ?
Let me complete the list for you. If you want to ask me the godfather of CODM Battle Royale, Blink definitely needs to be in the list, man. For me, it's going to be Dawn, Blink, as well as Oops Sorry. These three guys are absolutely hilarious out there on the battlefield together, combined with some spectacular skills as well. But that's the olden days, right? Some of these newer kids, they were all inspired by these titans out there on the battlefield. Oops Sorry is one of the newer titans that's inspiring the community. And Blink was one of the OGs that showed everybody else out there exactly what kind of dominance are you capable of in a game of Battle Royale. He inspired so many others. The team inspired so many others. But the problem here is when you inspire, everybody else steps up their skill. So you got to step up your own skills at the same very time. It's just a little unfortunate that the team didn't focus on the pro scene all that too much in the past year.
Yeah, I have my third now, AJ. I have my third now, because it's more of the I would say attitude of the skin will be in there. Muska would be a good one. I mean, if they can put in a skin similar to Muska with everything from head to toe, I mean, that would be awesome, AJ.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And then his emote can just be him doing the Totogat dance. I tell you, everybody's going to be spamming Muska out there on the battlefield. No doubt, bro.
Hopefully Garena hears us, the developer hears us, and they can put out in there, because like apart from the OGs as well of the impact, they have the attitude, personality they can put in there as a skin. And with Blink, I'm saying it's more of the logo that is put into the character that he has in there with the Blink salute. He can be that guy, and like all muzzly stuff, because we've seen like face to face, I saw Blink. Even if I'm taller, I felt small because he's just buffed, AJ.
The guy gave me a hug and I felt like I couldn't breathe anymore, man. Not that I was nervous. He was squeezing the air out of my lungs, right? That's how tough the guy is. But after Garena Masters Season 3, one of the highlights of the whole tournament was catching up with this BR family of ours, managing to see them in the skin, managing to see them all in that same spot. Just so much of love going all around. And sometimes in the comment section, some of the audience, they just don't understand the kind of love that the community of players as well as pro teams have for each other, because this is something that we are building together, dominance in Call of Duty Mobile. Yeah, it's out there. The battle is on the game. Battle is on the battlefield. But outside, we are all brothers. We all love each other.
Exactly. And that's what we see now. That's what the love that we felt
brothers and sisters, there. I have to say.
I felt the love. Like, imagine the BR scene and the MP event. That is love, not just for the community, but for the game itself, for BR in there, and showing up that there is a chance, there is a hope for BR to be in a LAN tournament. So hopefully it happens soon. I'm looking forward to it and seeing all this, guys, even more in the flesh. But I think a lot of engagement has been happening this time, and it is AXP going for the challenge against Almighty. And Almighty, though they have put in a little bit of damage, it's AXP not backing off from this battle because they might have a little bit more of help from above, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, I want to think that there has been a lot of engagements, but there's just been a few deaths ever since we started this conversation, less than 6. And one of them was actually NRX 432 losing a player to the 4 Kings. That was an interesting engagement earlier on. Riley Esports catching Dre. Trevor finishes him off as the players of AXP Kratos look to improve in this matchup. 5 slays already. They want more. But you better be careful, boy, because the one that you just took down belongs to the Almighty brand. And they come for blood when you touch their brother. Out there on the battlefield, it's all everybody for themselves. Maturi from the back shuts down Caleb. What a takedown with the SMRS.
And this is what I'm looking for in the games. Like those who can bring in the flair, SMRS gameplay. Matui is just one. Other teams has already pulled it off, but it's just a matter of luck. A guy who can use this to be the SMRS gods. That is what we're looking for. But speaking of gods, the gods of old, the kings of old will be moving into gameplay. But Meow beats them to it with that Jackal, takes down Trevor in the process, and Void as well as Ninja will try to survive. The smoke has been popped right now by Void, and the getaway will be done by this team. But the rush is still being managed by this team of Riley Esports because of the damage that has been put in this game by AXP. So it's not looking good for the team of AXP, but Meow still putting in a lot of pressure against all the teams, even if their 2 teammates is already a dog tag.
You know, Meow, I love you flying the Jackal around, but every time I see you, you only remind me of Winter, bro. That's how... I'm sorry, Meow, but that's about it. I miss Winter. I really want to see him in the battles, and hopefully NASA Vanguard stands a better chance in terms of strategy, and that's what I'm talking about as well, right, Neptune?
Yeah.
Strategy over battle, combat ability, and as long as you play that strategy right, you are going to rise up to the top. And it's so disappointing to see the players of NASA Vanguard only play that perfect strategy on the final match of the qualifiers.
And it's one thing that they really need to put in on other tournaments. I believe it has been done as well by NASA Vanguard, but not so much that they perfected that gameplay. It's only when it really matters that they have perfected the gameplay. They listened to us and they were able to maintain good position with that Jackal and the backup for the rest of the team. But it's a little bit too late. And the similar will be asked from Meow in here from Vitas, but not a lot of help coming in from the rest of the teams. And in fact, it is the damage against the rest of the teammates of Meow right now that is pulling them to get a lot of kills, AJ.
Just moments ago, we saw the numbers being down just to 49 players, but right immediately, we see that bumped right back up. Flight path for the revival flight was spectacular as it dropped off quite a number of players on the battlefield. And yet again, yet another one sweeping in for the drop-off in the next 45 seconds. Almighty Prime, they have got this angle, and they've been playing this particular part of the map for the longest of time now. That circle approaching them, they are towards the middle. I like the positioning, but it is not the safest. The only saving grace here is if you look at the right-hand side, on the other side of the body of water, no teams stand there, which is super lucky for Almighty Prime. Nobody takes that backstab.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Almighty really has to wish for. The luck that they have in here with positioning, because so far they tried that so many times and they lost. And this time, I think they might be having a chance for that prime location once again and giving a chance for Chase as well for the kills. Rald will be coming back in here from the dead, and Riley Esports will still maintain this bridge hold on this area. But it is the Conquerors right now who might be at the loss. But, oh no, Yang will be in there picked up as well, and it's difficult for them to survive. They are in the middle of everyone, plus Rald will be moving in there with that parachute, so their position will be known to a lot of teams, AJ.
Yeah, Cookie as well as Dre. Ainra taken out of the equation. Joko loses his life to the crazy zone that's just hurting everybody so much. But in towards the end of the fourth circle already, and we still have 14 teams alive and kicking, 50 players, and only 14 players have lost their life so far. This circle, this round, this one at Isolated is just absolutely insane, and it's the final battle that is Isolated. Everybody wants a piece of this. Everybody wants the victory here, Neptune. It's all-out chaos regardless of strategy. When you've got this many teams and this many players, things might not go your way regardless of how you plan it.
Yeah, and everyone is in downtown right now. It reminds me of all the parties that have been pulled out in there on downtown. All they have to do is pop the music right there, and everyone can just dance to the Totogak. We'll have to see if that'll be happening. Back with Nomads right now, only left with 2 members, and surprisingly, Nomads 0 on the kills. Esther is the only one alive and barely surviving. Damage has been taken by the team. He needs to get a little bit more of cover, but not so much, because in a few seconds it will be closing. And to where he will be running, he might be towards the 4 Kings. But from the other side of this area, Pabi's still alive and kicking out there. Survivability can be a strong point. He just needs to be silent at this point. Wait for all the chaos to be over, and then probably move in later on. But Watts right now is on a roll, surviving and killing at the same time, AJ.
Yeah, he popped the smoke bomb at the right spot, but he just didn't have enough firepower on his AK-47. Surprisingly, because that AK-47 should have been able to knock that guy down on the ground for sure with the kind of accuracy that he had in the previous engagement. But it doesn't matter. We'll catch up with them a little bit later. Joko doing great stuff out there. NRX 432 still picking up kill after kill. Halo drops 1. He's traded out by Meow. Instinct out of nowhere drops Joko. And the players of 4 Kings interfering once again with the players of NRX 432. 432 not going to be happy, but the 4 Kings just don't give a damn as they continue picking up kill after kill. Blink drops Quasi. Almighty Prime now eaten up by Riley Esports as well as 420 at the same time. Just what we predicted is going on out there. It's just all-out pandemonium as teams just pick each other off without focusing just on a single squad, Neptune.
And from earlier, we have 14 teams. This time, we have 7. And a huge help being done as well by Riley Yang at this point. Like gatekeeping like a boss right here. And there goes the hit against Instinct. Instinctively taking him down. And he hasn't been in there for the longest time. It's a good thing that Instinct was able to turn and look for where or who is shooting them down. A good chance for them to survive, but not so much because the 4-member squad of Vagabonds Esports is still alive. And when these guys are alive in the final circle, it is bleak for everyone. And the challenge of surviving might be a loss, AJ.
Instinct once again. Riley Esports not going to be happy with this as they are just taking shots, spot shots, left, right, center. Vagabonds Esports now opportunity to retaliate against the 4 Kings. They turn the circle. They don't find anyone, but they find the players of KKPG. Armin and Rodzina out in the open. They try to take Blank down, but Blue is eating all of them up. It's just back to back. They snap left to right. The circle following Vagabonds Esports. Not a lot of traveling to do. Blank taken out by Yato, and as Blue hunts down Sekre, the cluster's not going to be used just yet, but Luke is there to wrap things up, and Vagabonds Esports dominant with their victory in round number 3.
So this is a better progression for the rounds for Vagabonds Esports. They started slow in the first round. The second round, they did well in kills, but not so much in a win. But this time, they started slow from the start, mid to until that final moment. First time that we saw them on that hill, if I'm not mistaken, not so much in the kill, but this time they have a lot of capability of gatekeeping as well as taking that survivability to their side. This is 9 kills to their name, not so much AJ, but this is the usual tactics, the usual gameplay that we see from Vagabonds Esports.
Yeah, this is more believable. Let's just put it that way. 6 kills between Luki as well as Nash. 3 from Yato and Blue, a total of 9 for the team. 19 points in total if you take into account the 10 placement points that they pick up for themselves. Vagabonds Esports dominant as ever. 2 back-to-back rounds now they secure. And right behind them, talk about consistency. Dow Conqueror stepping it up once again. Sekre and Blank this time providing the numbers. 12 points overall in that second spot if you add in the placement points as well. Armin and Rodzina, we talked about this. Cookie was about about to wake up. The guy's woken up already. A little bit sleepy earlier on. This time he provides 4 for the squad. 2 picked up here by Zimiru as well as KKPG put together. 4 Kings, on the other hand, could only depend on instinct for the slays. He instinctually tagged up all of those players, but the placement points is what we focus on. They got into that final circle. Fantastic play from them. Riley Esports, massive number of kills to their side on the other hand here, Neptune.
It's 14 kills already in here from Riley Esports, and this is what we asked for, because this is a team that can really put it up the fight against Vagabonds Esports, the challenge that they can do. It's just unfortunate that a lot of teams are taking their usual position and they are being pushed down, and later on surviving not even enough to push out Vagabonds Esports from their prime location, but still good start from them. They are taking a little bit in the books of some of the teams, and I would say Vagabonds Nomads going for the slay right now. And with the survivability, it really doesn't matter if you have this much kills. But for 8XP, on the other hand, 8XP Eternals, not so much in the kills right now, only 5 to their name, but a good stride for them. They can maintain, or probably maintain, the spot in here in the top 5 of the leaderboard later on, especially as we've seen some of the teams who are trying to catch up in the points really not doing it. But from the 7th place right now, not so much. They have taken the high ground earlier on compared to the others, but Pabi has missed a lot of those potential slays from the high ground, and it's only Zeus who will able to convert in here 7 on the points, and not so much on the placement points for them. Similar has happened for ABC Mystic AJ. This time 0 onto the kills.
Yeah, you know, NRX 420, they used to be able to just maneuver around and purely dominate with their gun skills. But now I have to once again repeat, you have to prioritize strategy over mechanical capability. Everybody knows how to engage already. So you have to find your pathing and maneuvering in towards circle after circle in the most safest of manners. Avoid everybody. I mean, NASA Vanguard wasn't a very powerful team now, were they, Neptune? But how was it that Winter consistently picked up that second spot, 6 placement points again and again and again and again and again? Because they very smartly avoided engagement, brought in those jackals, played the placement points, and they outshined the performance of NRX 420. How? Strategy. That's what the team needs to start focusing on. How can they strat their way up to the top to secure the most amount of this prize pool that they can possibly get their hands on? ABC Mystic needs to do the exact same for themselves. Earlier on, they buffed up all of their points just through kills, but this time at the 8th spot, a single placement point is what they will get and nothing else. NRX 432, no placement points, but a total of 4 kills gives them 4 kill points. Vitas picks up 3 for themselves. Almighty Prime, this is the kind of a case of bombing out that we don't want to see if they want to be one of those contenders for the top spot against Vagabonds Esports. A total of 6 kills this time around. And of course, AXP Kratos down here at the 12th spot with a decent number of kills to their name in 7.
And for AXP Kratos, I think it's more of the rotation, the luck that they go in against the different teams every time they rotate, especially in that battle in Sakura wherein we saw Ninji getting in for the slays before being taken down. So rotation-wise, if you know you have the mechanical skills, capability, and it's still going back to what AJ mentioned, the strats part of your playbook. You need to focus on rotation and target other members of the teams or the whole team in there that will be dropping near your area. If you know their drop points, if you've studied their drop points, you will understand how will they rotate. It can be either way, 1, 2, 3. And with that plan, you can have your rotation coincide with that plan and probably get a lot of kills in the process, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. The one thing that I don't understand is the chat section defaulting back to accusations, but the accusations needs to be fair across the board, guys, because, you know, if you feel like one is sus, you might have that same suspicious eye watching over each and every single team in the competition with that exact same level of suspicion. I would highly recommend you guys do that, because if you want to undermine the performance of certain teams, but not the rest that you are personally in support of, I think that's a little bit too much, don't you think so? I think you have to be fair and square to all of the teams out there when you judge and try to not throw so much of shade onto them, because at the end of the day, it's a game of performance and you really have to work your way up. But when you look at the chat segment as a pro player, sometimes, it downs your morale. It downs some of that spirit that you have in you when you've got your best being put out there, but others are trying to talk you down and, undo whatever performance you brought out there on the battlefield just with words, Neptune.
And there's one thing about that as well is if they're calling out sus and it's only biased to only the teams that they're not supporting, it's a little bit suspicious as well. So
Yeah,
that's one thing. That's one thing that they really need to be thinking of. It will not do any justice to the teams that you're supporting if you're only focusing on the mistake of the other teams and not in all fairness to everyone. Like just one team that you're targeting, I don't know. It's not how this should be. It isn't that how the community should be aiming for it. It needs to be aiming for fairness as well as all eyes and equality for everyone, for every team. It doesn't mean, AJ, that they don't support a team, then they are the bad guys at this point. So they need to be thinking about that pretty much.
Yeah. And, hopefully they do start thinking differently. But of course, I think we are fighting against the current here. It's going to be the game of numbers against our words as usual, Neptune. But hopefully, a little bit of sense is picked up by some of the audience who are pretty one-sided with the way they want to shut others down. And I hope they all remember that they can put their teams on a pedestal without bringing the other squads down. At the end of the day, you just need to give your own team love and just watch what others do. And you don't really need to look at them and try to bring them down from wherever they stand. Down here towards the bottom, speaking of how teams go down, these teams stay down with a little bit of non-performance on their side. ENE Phoenix, the terrible performance seems to continue to drag on for this team, just picking up a single kill through MJ. The squad doesn't seem to be as ferocious as we expected them to be. Vagabond's Nomads bomb out this time around, as well as their brothers pick up the win. HGED 11 Kratos down at the bottom, although a decent number of slays to their name in that 15th spot. A total of 5 points to their name. Let's see in the 16th place here exactly who was the one that clunked out a little bit too early overall on the leaderboard. But production is just going to tease me. It's okay. We'll patiently talk about something else. There you go, production. Vitality CL. Phaeton's the only one that provided that single point, Neptune.
Yeah, it's one thing that Vitality CL is showing, especially in this finals. They have been in there, like really bombing out in the points. They haven't, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't reached that much to even hit a quarter of what we've seen in average of all the points. So hopefully this change for Vitality, because with the name of some of the members in this, it's a lot of potential from them. As we mentioned from the start of this competition, Jesuo and Paul has been a good or a vital member of a big brand, which is VVV. And this is a chance for them to really put in a name for themselves and not just for the brand. So hopefully that changes that quickly. And this is what I'm talking about, AJ. Being in here on downtown, a lot is on the roof and a lot of engagement will be happening. Not everyone is taking advantage of the cover that they can get with survivability at the ground floor of the downtown, and also with a lot of teams from the other side of this area who can try and shoot them down. Like, it's more of the tactics that has been lost for some of the teams in this games, AJ.
In terms of the chaos that ensued in the circle, we kind of saw that coming already with the number of players who were still alive and kicking by the time we approached circle number 5. So no doubt at all, this was, we could see this coming from a mile away. But what was just so spectacular was just how teams were trading each other out And it wasn't even against the teams that were shooting at them. They were just trying to scramble to clear out the space in front of them as they try to run towards the next circle and the following one and the following one. And they were just a sitting duck to all of the teams that had the high ground advantage, which is once again a big reason for you to understand the layout of the map, a huge reason for you to understand the different elevations. And when a circle closes into a certain range, you have to know where do you travel into to get to that circle, to get into that high ground. Even if it is a detriment to your team, you have to play the outer circle sometimes, but you have to be really smart with the way you play it. You have to have maybe a chopper on your side, a jackal to reposition very quickly. But if you don't, then teams like Vagabonds Esports will play that high ground advantage and continue running away with matches, Neptune.
And that's one thing that they really need to work on right now, because so far, Vagabonds Esports has been taking wins after wins already in this game. Though for this round, not so much in the kills, but it doesn't matter. They are still making that lead longer and farther away from the rest of the group. And as we mentioned, AJ, like the Vagabonds Esports show right now is still popping, and it's difficult to say that they will be letting go of that top prize. They will be holding of that position, AJ, and they will be keeping that no matter what, no matter how much they want to rest, they will still get that in placement. Probably not so much in the kills at this point, because a lot of lead already from this team.
Exactly, and that is the usual meta of Vagabonds Esports. Open up the competition, snatch away all the opposing teams and make them into kill points. And once they have an enough buffer already, then they bring out those average plays. But we're going to take a quick short break. Let's see if or not any team can catch up with the strategy of Vagabonds Esports. We'll be right back.
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
行くぞ。行くわよ。立ちこま、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。
ってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立駒、援護しろ。その調子だ、立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ、バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
Hello, soldiers, and welcome back to the show. This is Garena Survivor Season 2 Legacy Grand Finals Day 2, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. 3 back-to-back matches has been given the team some shine compared to the previous day wherein it's just Vagabonds Esports. Almighty Prime was able to get 2 out of the 3 matches that we've seen, but with the usual gameplay coming from Vagabonds Esports, they popped off in there on that round number 3. But this time, Isolated is done and dusted, and we will be jumping into Blackout. And we know, AJ, that this is a chance for Vagabonds Nomads to pop off. And still, we are your casters for this evening. I'm Neptune the General Garcia, together with my best friend right here, Musashio AJ.
You know, it has been a pleasure casting all of these matches with you. I have to say, Neptune, there is no duo out there for Call of Duty Mobile that I think beats the kind of energy that we bring out there onto the battlefield. So thank you. Thank you for balancing out all of the hype with that spectacular analysis of the data. And, you know, speaking of analysis of data, Vagabonds Esports once again have managed to throw in quite a bit of space between themselves and not really the other teams in the competition, but Vagabonds Nomads, they are brothers themselves who still hold on to that second place. As ridiculous as it sounds, it's still the case, even though Nomads haven't really performed spectacularly today.
And that's one thing about this team. I mean, they can invest early into the game, and that really surprises everyone. They went in on day number 1, getting a lot of points already, as well as the kills. But before we go further into the discussion with our appreciation for all the support that we have in there, and hopefully less toxicity moving forward, we will give you the code right here for the next milestone that we have reached. And this is for the Silver Crate coupon right now. Take that screenshot and put that in game, because this is from Garena Call of Duty Mobile to you guys who has given us all support. And the least that we can do right now, AJ, is just to bring you back-to-back action for the next 3 rounds, and hopefully you don't drop off after each matches, because a lot of discussion will be happening all throughout that gap before the next game jumps in.
Absolutely right. And we are not going to take any more breaks in the day. So moving forward, today and tomorrow, the final day of Garena Survivor Season 2, there's only one break that we will take, and that is after 3 matches. And the following 3 matches are going to go back to back until we close off the show. So not a lot of downtime for you, not a lot of downtime for the players as well. So all of that action for you guys to lap up. Make sure you continue enjoying yourselves in the comment section. As usual, the comment section is crazy, and I like that about Call of Duty Mobile. But you know, in terms of the toxicity, it's normal. It's expected for, you know, fans of different squads, different teams to go loggerheads against each other, and for them to try to play police from the comment section as well. But all I ask is to be fair to all of the teams out there that you're assessing. That's all I ask from you. I don't say don't judge. I say judge as much as you want as the fan base. But be fair when it comes to those judgments. Let's take a quick look at the overall leaderboard and see who dominates. If it's not Vagabonds Esports, who else? 150 points up top, 48 points above the one and only Vagabonds Nomads. If Vagabonds Nomads wants to overtake them, they need 49, which is a lot to ask for, because it's not just 49 points, but it's 49 points on top of whatever Vagabonds can secure in the next 3 maps. And I think that's a lot, because Blackout usually belongs to Vagabonds, as you've mentioned, Neptune.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Vagabonds Nomads will really put in a lot of gameplay, because from what we've seen, especially in the last round of isolated, no points coming in from Vagabonds and Nomads. So not quite sure what happened in there, but I'm pretty sure they will be back on their feet once they jump in on Blackout. And this might be a chance for the Nomads to close the gap between them and probably provide a little bit more of changes on that #1 spot. But it's 3 rounds wherein Vagabonds Nomads can put in a good play and also hope that esports will not be putting any scores on them. But this is one thing that really has been expected from start of this Garena Survivors finals. Almighty Prime catching up in the points, and as we look in there, it's not so much. It's only 5 points between them. And speaking of 5 points, the same goes for Team Dow Conquerors, AJ.
Dow Conquerors, they are slowly catching up to the rat race here towards the top. Almighty Prime, just 5 points beyond them. So not a lot for the Conquerors to do in order to conquer Prime, but to conquer the top spot, they clearly will have to step things up even further. Amina Rodzina Esports, on the other hand, with the awakening of Cookie finally in round #3, we should be expecting them to rise up to the occasion and conquer the Conquerors themselves. AXP Eternals have slipped down to the bottom just a little bit, and the Four Kings Aces, with a little bit of inconsistency when it comes to their placement points, have managed to stick to that 7th spot. Now, this one is a shocker, because I expected this team to continue climbing up to the top, Neptune.
It's very difficult for them to really continue on in the climb that they have, especially with the top teams already turning on the potential of the firepower that they have, and they are being left behind. The tactic is sound for them, surviving a little bit longer in there on the game, but once everyone has taken higher ground against them and they don't have a compound to take cover, that's when they are taken out early into this match. Hopefully the changes, because again, Blackout is one of the key factor that changes the tides for the Four Kings Aces. Riley Esports, on the other hand, they have pop off and some of the matches right here, but not so much to really move up against other teams. And the Team Dow Vitas, this is a team that has great potential. And if in case, I mean, I don't know how much Meow hates Winter at this point because of the recognition that Winter is getting with that Jackal, but they need to take the gameplay of NASA Vanguard at this point. And if they can make that work, they can move up further into the leaderboard compared to the 9th spot that they have right now.
And I feel like that 9th spot that the players of Dow Vitas are holding on to might just be something that is a little tough for ABC Mystic to break because of what we've seen Vitas do in the past couple of rounds. It looks like they are slowly waking up and taking the fight up to the rest of the teams out there in the competition, although not as aggressive as I want them to be. But Mystic, they are slowly starting to slip away. And that's something that I don't want to see. They represent MYSG. For that matter alone, for that fact alone, I want to see them step up their gameplay just a little bit more and inspire the rest of the Battle Royale squads out there from MYSG that are watching to see if or not any teams from MYSG can even put up a strong fight against the rest of the Filipinos. Mystic is the only ones that we can count on to prove that that is possible.
And that's one thing that they really need to focus right now. I mean, reading out a strategy, no matter how crazy it is, they need to read out and apply a similar approach or probably a different approach in this game. But the flight path right now is a little bit too low, and those are trying to aim for high them like the 4 Kings Aces, as well as this team of Team Dao Conquerors might be having, oh, not so much. I take that back. Regardless of how far it is, the glide power of this team is really incredible because they can still reach that higher area of the map regardless of how far the flight is. But we are seeing yet another team right now back in this fracking tower. 2 teams. It is the Conquerors, and I believe this is NRX 432. Wherein for several times, AJ, not so much is converting for NRX 432. So they can get initial loots and move out of the way right now. Otherwise, it might be another story or similar story from what we've seen from previous day.
Yeah, I wonder if the boys of 432, I wonder if Don is like kind of coaching this team. Because if he is, I want to choke Don and like kind of wring his neck a little bit because I wanted them to understand that taking these hot drops aren't going to serve them well up at all, man. You really need to look for a different spot, especially if you're NRX 432. You are struggling in the competition at the moment, so you have to play your safe games, Neptune.
Yeah, sorry for putting out that how question.
It's not error 404 not found?
That's pop. That love you, Don. Sorry about that, but everyone knows. Fans of Don knows about that, and that just boggles my mind. How are you going to choke him? But anyways, well, that's the thing. Like Don has, he's very entertaining and very well, very great as well. But in this matches, they need to really put in all those tactics coming from experience in different matches, and I believe it's not just Don. Like even for other members of NRX 432, like the gang of Panghoy, the gang of Silgen as well. That Dash is in there, so they can huddle. They can talk about what's happening and what is being done wrong and right by the team, and then put in a specific play. But it's still left to be done right now, and we'll have to find out how solid they can be in terms of strategizing the gameplay. Because with a lot of members just like that, excellent in the gameplay, they can put up a good plan of approach in every instances.
And the exact same thing needs to be done by the rest of the players of ABC as well. And I'm not just talking about Mystic, I'm talking about the rest of them under the same clan. They need to watch all of the milling by ABC Mystic, and they need to pinpoint everything done wrong. Not to just make fun of them, not to make them feel bad about what they're doing in the competition, but help them see things from a different perspective so that they themselves, the team captain, can then assess, okay, which feedback is valuable, which feedback can we work on, and what feedback's not really relevant to our gameplay. You cannot have any ego whatsoever when you're listening to all of this feedback, because feedback allows you to grow. Without feedback, you're just going to stay the same old person unless you've got a massive amount of initiative. But unfortunately, from what I'm seeing out there on the battlefield, with some of these instances just repeating and not really faring well for the teams, there's nothing being learned from some of the situations that go wrong for them, Neptune, and that's a little disappointing.
And that's one thing about competitive gameplay or competitive teams as well. Hopefully, the competitive mindset will just be applied in game and not in the outside. Because if they can work together from off the game, then they can make it work for the brands. Like,
Yeah.
well, you've seen that already. Vagabonds Esports, I'm pretty sure they're talking it together, even if they have completely different gameplay. They're talking together as to how they can make it work with the skills that they have. Because at some point, that is one thing that might change the tactics of a team. Yes, this approach is sound. This gameplay is sound, but your skills doesn't match it. So it needs to be a different story for some of the teams, but still communication as well as huddle is in need. But ABC Mystic right now is in a fight. Despite of losing Rogue, I think they have a chance to take down AXP right here.
Yeah, Chillop just made a big mistake. He had all of his mods thrown onto his secondary gun instead of that M4 LMG. You know, you need to pick a gun, you need to throw all of your preferred mods onto that one main gun and then get into some of those engagements. It's a little bit of a waste because that extra bit of firepower could have made the world of difference for Chillop moments ago. Zhu, on the other hand, hits that rewind, gets back up top. Chillop takes the fight straight to Matoy, who jumps on in, turns the corner. Trevor with the jack will be able to shut him down.
And there we have it. We have AXP right now clearing the area of ABC Mystic. Cal's the only one remaining in there. Oh, with that heady, he was able to take them down. It's a good thing. Now it's just in time as one of their teammates will be coming back from the revive flight, heading into the hijack, and it's not too far from this area. One thing that they need to wish for really is a vehicle for them, but it's a good thing that AXP is not taking down or taking out vehicles on their way, and there's a chance for that one member, I think that's Cal, in there to be able to ride into the next safe zone after getting the dog tags.
For all of the audience in the comments section, please don't forget to drop that like and share as well. Help us reach more people through this broadcast as Vagabonds Esports tries to reach up to the top of the leaderboard with ease and maintain their position up top. I feel like they are doing the bare minimum in these matches now, not really pushing themselves to the very edge. Let's see where that brings this team and where that brings all of the rest that are trying to engage with them as well as with the rest out there on the battlefield to overtake the position of Vagabonds Esports. Vitality CL, Maui down on the ground, and it looks like another player slid away. Burn got into the vehicle and managed to zoom away, so not a lot of pressure here by the opponents, and Vitality CL manages a quick pickup of the dog tag, and Shy brings Phaeton right back into the mix.
And it's one thing that will push out a team from that engagement is a threat from a different team. And this is some of the teams on a chopper right now that can pull out a gameplay engagement that is already in play. Vitality Jeswell, on the other hand, will still be able to see the glimpse of Armament Rosina and might take shots or probably just to relay them the information, because knowing that Paul and Phaeton will just be coming back from the revive flight, might be heading towards that high ground. They don't want their location to be spotted that easily, and they are taking the position of Jesuo, and Shy just remains to be a distraction to them. With a small snowboard right now being pulled out by Shy, plus the trajectory towards the rest of the teams, this might be a good bait for them unless the rest of the teams of Vitality doesn't have any loots that will be captured with a kill against one of the members. Not looking good for Vitality at this point.
Okay, Instinct, PL taken out. Blue from the back, Zemiru shut down. Vagabonds Esports, they are starting the onslaught. 4 Kings in front of them, about to get hacked up. Yato needs to be dropped. Blue will be able to secure the kill onto Zemiru, and Luki already approaching the other corner. They want to flank around from that right-hand side. Negi tags up those players from the side of Vagabonds. They know what is ahead of them. Trouble is ahead of them. 4 Kings, open high ground. What can they do with this advantage? Negi hacks up just a single player, so therefore they know nobody close enough for that engagement. And I like Vagabonds Esports as they reposition the moment they found out there were 6 players around them, and potentially even more from what that hacking board was not showing them.
And then one thing that Vagabond Esports, as I mentioned earlier, is doing the moment that they don't feel that confident in taking out a complete squad in that fight, they just pull out from the battle, probably waiting for the perfect moment to strike against these teams. And as everyone will be taking the compound, as mentioned, for Kings, this is one thing that they usually do and put into play. The compound gameplay, luring in some of the teams, and once everyone has taken position, then they just shoot from the windows. And hopefully that works for Vitality as well, because with this team coming back from the revive flight with Shy, who was taken down earlier, they can use that gameplay as well to their favor, take a compound and shoot everyone from the other side. That will remain consistent until the next safe zone happens. But at this point, Vagabonds Esports, as usual, takes a high ground and also take advantage of their position.
Let's see, what will the players of Vitality CL be able to pull off? A quick hack, and it's Vagabonds Esports that they hack up. Just on towards the left-hand side. Vagabonds, the moment they get hacked, they back away from the compound. And that's one of the efficacy of the hacking class. You get to scare people away. You get to push them away from your compound if at all they are near. And in a situation where you just do not want to engage prematurely before getting into the next circle, it's one of the best classes to use, but the timing is so important. Get caught out in the open whilst you're hacking up players, then you're a sitting duck. You get taken down. In fact, you become a burden to your team as they now need to scan your dog tag and bring you back through in that matchup. Vitality CL overstaying their welcome. Liuki, first hit with that FHJ. Second one might be detrimental for the team of Vitality, but Liuki doesn't focus in on that. Instead, he repositions with his snowboard towards the left-hand side of the field.
Yeah, moving towards a different area is a good move from Vagabonds Esports, knowing that Vitality will be in there, or was in there, waiting for them on the other side. Even if they take the vehicle, they will not be able to make those hits. But making a hit is also being difficult for this distance that Instinct has taken right now. So they need to regroup, probably get a little bit more of a space as well as a distance between these teams and get compound cover. And as we look at the next phase of the safe zone, this will dictate where the battle will be happening. And it is now on the northeast of Fracking Tower, where a lot of teams have already taken place. But as we look at that area, not so much of a hiding spot, and everything is out and open. So snipers will be able to take advantage of this game.
Peyton, Shy, scrambling apart. Four Kings should be able to grab the skill points on them. Keel turns the corner. Very lucky for him that he spotted the head of that player just before taking a right instead, as he wanted to hunt down Phaeton. And Phaeton might have been the perfect distraction, but his partner just stepping out prematurely. Four Kings farming the kills on Vitality CL. Keel has got an opportunity now. Paul, and he steps on out. Jack, Paul doesn't want to give away those kill points. Jesuo gets away. Jesuo as the survivor for the side of Vitality. No! Instinct catches his back and puts Jesuo out of the equation. Final survivor now for the team of Vitality CL. Hopefully he can get back into the circle before it's too late.
And one thing that I love about the movement right now of Four Kings is that they are not waiting for the final moment to move towards the zone. Because yes, they might have the snowboards on them, but for those who will not have, especially with the slopes, even in the snowboard, it's very difficult to move that quickly at this game. And NRX432 this time, going in for the high ground advantage, survivability can be brought to them if they continue this on. But one thing is for sure, other teams has same in mind. Thus, NRX 420 will be on the other side of this hill, AJ.
Let's see what can they do from this side of the hill. NRX 420, NRX 432. The encounter has to happen either way. And now is the time. But Jackal up top in the air might make them split away. No, it does not. Therefore, the engagement will happen. Joko very dangerously moving up towards the top of the hill. They know somebody's beyond. SMRS! Joko knocks Zeus down. Trade out does not come through. Joko recovers his armor. And Zeus taken out of the equation. NRX 432 pops that smoke bomb. And they will be able to retrieve that dog tag very quickly before the players of 432 take more advantage. Blink will be knocked down by Joko. Joko doing a lot. Papi running, scrambling for his life. Blink is not going to get picked up just yet. And the Conquerors are the ones who are waiting at the bottom to welcome NRX 420 with open arms.
Not looking good for NX420 at this point. Blink being taken down, and Pappy with the getaway might be meeting and impeding that in here. But it's a good thing that we're able to get away from that engagement. And this NRX432 backing out. They don't want to be caught in the open, but they will be stuck in between different teams. We have the Conquerors from behind, plus ENE Phoenix in front. And this is not looking good, especially if they don't move towards the lower ground of this area, because yes, the high ground has a different advantage, but also some risk. So they need to be smart and get away here fast, AJ.
Samiru, unfortunately, sacrificed to the circle, but 4-3-2 now have an opportunity to shut down Nomads. Nomads approaching their tree, and 4-3-2 back away, which means high ground advantage to Vagabond's Nomads. They know exactly where to find players out there on the battlefield, and Virus manages to pick one. I believe Nomads will do very well in this round, Neptune.
We'll have to see if they will be able to convert them at this point. 2 kills already for the Nomads, and an opportunity to go in and gatekeep this team of the Conquerors. But the movement of Conquerors right now a little bit too quick, and that snowboard from the other side, and the high ground will still be taken by the Nomads, but not so much on the kills against the Conquerors. So we'll see as to how much and how much pressure can Nomads put in on the other teams who are together in this area. It is Team Dow Phoenix on the left-hand side, but on the middle of this next safe zone, we are seeing Vagabonds Esports just taking the heads of everyone in front of them, and we'll have to find out if this is the case for this round all throughout the last phase, because Vagabonds Esports can maintain this unless other teams can take them down early into this game, AJ.
I think Vagabonds Esports are going to get taken out, and Nomads are going to go all the way through. AXP, this is AXP Eternals making a good work now, trying to catch off these players, but Luki with that backstab manages to tag them up just a little bit. Nash down on the ground, bleeding out. Mizuki Cutie manages to grab Blue as well. Yato trades out Viper off screen. Instinct taken down by Riley. That's a big kill for the players of Riley Esports. Ooh. Four Kings getting damaged little by little. Yato, 2 more HP, recovers his armor. And this is a good spot to do all of that, because outside these trailers, outside this compound, a huge battle ensuing.
Hack will be used right now to avoid any distraction with the footsteps as he goes in push against Nash with a smoke, and there we have it. 2 members remain at this point, but unfortunate for them, and not so much to provide a lot of impact in this game. And speaking of impact, we have the vehicle into play from AXP, and we know with open ground this becomes annoying, and to end this play, just pushing around everyone and not making any hits against them. And even with that vehicle in the middle of everyone else, no one will take the time to shoot that, because a lot of distraction will be happening as we are now moving into the 5th phase of this safe zone. And AJ, we still have 12 teams alive in here, and a lot of kills can be taken advantage of those teams from a distance.
Almighty still surviving. Yato down and out for the count already. Vagabonds Esports, they don't look like they want to win this round, but their brothers Nomads, they are pumped up, they are fiery, they want to slay all of their opponents out there on the battlefield. But NRX 420 still alive and kicking. We needed them to step up their gameplay a little bit already previously, but they brought nothing into the matchup in terms of dominance from gunfights. Maybe now, when all-out chaos ensues on the battlefield, NRX 432 can take advantage of this chaos and turn that into kill points for themselves. Kill spots out a player from the side of Nomads. Just a couple of tags, and Pogs drops PL instead. Nomads continue to rage.
They are raging really at this point, and as we mentioned, this might be a win by the Nomads right now. Pogs in there going for the hit in there in a jump shot, and trying to avoid any distraction and any spot from the other side of this hill. 4 Kings right now is a target of the teams of Pogs, and as I mentioned earlier, the teams who's keeping distant from all the chaos that's happening on the middle of this next map or of this next phase of the safe zone can take advantage of their location, and that is what Vagabonds Nomads is doing right now. Similar approach from what we've seen from Vagabonds Esports, but Travis a little bit too much in here. 3 kills already, and a lot more with the gatekeep that he is doing, and there is no surviving be when you have Travis just waiting for you, as well as the weapon that he has on him is an Odin.
And this is a GGWP. It's a little boring because I already predicted it, and to see it unfolding in front of my very eyes is extremely disappointing. Esser takes Clyde out of the equation, and Vagabond's Nomads continue to run the town. 14 kills already. Travis, as usual. It's okay, brother. You know nobody's there. What's on the other side? Riley Esports needs to get taken out of the equation as well. 3 more teams alive and kicking. 8 players out there on the battlefield. 4 belong to Vagabond Snowman. So you know the game of numbers belongs to Vagabond Snowman. But ABC Mystic hanging up around in the air, man. Just flying around. And they listened to the strategy of Winter earlier on. And they are trying to play that Winter strategy. But Nomad spots them out. After looking around the battlefield, they realize, like, wait a minute, nobody's here. They must be up in the air. That's a good guess.
Yeah, ABC Mystic doing a little bit of magic in there. Watts was able to take down Esther, but unfortunately, we have a Watts dying out and out in the air, just like a bird. Jello will be taken down by Travis, and Vagabonds and Nomads will take this win. As predicted, as cited, we have the Vagabonds brand still on a roll.
And we have a crotch on the cam. I have no idea why, but this is the winner's cam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Kind of called this victory out already, looking at the way the players of Vagabonds Esports was slowing down some of their pressure plays out there on the battlefield. And I'm just shocked. Let's just say I am shocked at the performance. And it is what it is at the end of the day, Neptune. The dominance will continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's time for Vagabonds and Nomads to really catch up onto the points. And I think that's like what they're doing, especially as we mentioned earlier, there's not so much of a lead that has been taken by Nomads in there against Almighty Prime earlier. Thus, they are really in a need or pressured, I would say, to take as much points as possible for this first round of this game, of this Blackout. But as we can see, this is not the first time we've seen 17 kills or even more from Vagabonds Nomads, plus that additional 10 points on that win, 27. But as we ask for ABC Mystic, they are going in for the strats, but not so much in the kills in there in this fight. But I'm quite surprised and happy as well seeing them putting a different show in this game, AJ.
I'm really appreciative of Mystic opening their ears, listening, and being open to that feedback in terms of picking that suggestion and playing the game of survival, right? We needed them to play the game of strats, and this is Mystic proving that they can execute that strategy extremely well, even though it's a super chaotic circle, even though it's a super chaotic map and a super chaotic lobby to be a part of. But I just need Mystic to believe in themselves a little bit more. They are capable of taking kills, and they are also capable of playing the game of survival. Here's the best part in this whole equation. If you have unlocked that survival strategy, you don't need every single player on your squad to play the game of survival. You just need that one super survivor to pick up placement points, whereas the rest initially in the match for, somehow or rather focus on picking up kills. And ABC Mystic also needs to start doing their research on the drop spots or some of the weaker teams that they can prey on. Teams that they know that they can take a hot drop against, either isolated or Blackout. Take the hot drop against them, and after you've picked up a few kill points already to your side, 4 to 6 kill points is usually the sweet spot, then you focus purely on placement. Not just ABC Mystic. Anybody can focus on a strategy like this because you have to. If you're not Vagabonds Nomads, if you're not Vagabonds Esports, if you're not Almighty Prime that can guarantee points on your side through their performance, then just work on your strategy. Good on ABC Mystic. I love this out of them. Riley Esports stepping up their plays on the battlefield as well, and super happy to finally see NRX 432 hit those high strides. Not a lot of kills. I'm not going to complain. 3 slays and they pick up 4 from the placement points. I'm happy with that. But the 4 Kings continue to step up their pressure out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
And they started off, the four kings started off with the slays and then drop off from the map and later on get a better position. But even if they were pressured in the moments of that round, they were able to get back on to play. It's just unfortunate, but some of the teams has been hit from outside of safe zone, and that's what happened for the four kings, especially if there's not much of a compound that they can wait on for that final safe zone. Conquerors, on the other hand, was able to get 8 kills in this point, and with the placement that they can get in here, even as they hot drop against NRX 432, they didn't start off an engagement, and it's looking good for this team. Yes, they can take a specific drop, both of them, but if you don't engage early, well, that is one thing that you will be out of and not thinking anymore. And that is what happened with both of these teams. But consistency of the Conquerors right now really astonishing as hopefully they can put that into play right here because as we mentioned earlier, before Nomads popped off, they are very, very close to that number 2 spot.
Almighty Prime. This time they bomb out just a little bit. Quasi and Chase putting on 2 points in total and 1 point ripped away from the placements. And Team ENE Phoenix, horrible performance continues in the competition. MJ picking up 1. He's the most consistent in terms of picking up points for the team. Assassin and Merc chipping in this time around as well. A single placement point. But Vagabonds Esports making way for their little brothers to pick up that victory up top by bombing out early. A total of 6 points to their name in that 9th place. Only guarantees them 6 overall because 0 placement points from here on end. NRX 420, a little bit of an early end this time round as Raygun picked up that single point for the team. And Team 8, Armin and Rodzina picks up a total of 7 for themselves. Not too shabby at all, Neptune. And of course, AXP Kratos here down at the 12th spot with a total of 6 slays before getting taken out.
And Cookie is not really the same Cookie that we have, and it's more of KKPG who put in a lot of kills from Armor Rosina. For AXP right now, Trevor was able to do well compared to Ninja from the previous round. So I guess it's the change up in Blackout that changes the approach for each players as well. AXP Kratos, on the other hand, AXP Eternals, on the other hand, still maintaining the kills, but not so much that they can recover from the placement that they've lost on the 13th spot. And as we called out from several times already, Vitas, even with the sound gameplay, they need to borrow a little bit of the plan from the NASA Vanguard to make that Jackal gameplay work to them, because this is looking like the first day of what we've seen from NASA Vanguard, and it has been consistent from Vitas right now. So not quite sure as to how will they make this work, or probably they're just contented with this gameplay that they have.
And I think, they are not contented with this sort of performance because I don't know who will be. And hopefully we see a little bit more from them. But if there's anything Meow can learn from Winter is that Jackal shouldn't be used to just get kills. That Jackal can be used for the game of survival, especially when you can maneuver it so well like how Meow can. But, you can't fall prey to the game of ego here. Winter can slay, I can slay too. No, that's not what we need from you. We need points. So if you can pick the Jackal up, try to survive with the Jackal and bring your team up to the top, because I know that's something that Meow is most definitely capable of doing. But it's impressive showing here by Vitality CL, picking up 5 kills at the 15th place before they got taken out is actually very impressive. They did engage with a different team first before shutting down HGE, so it's good on them that they did that. And HGE D11 Kratos overall not really showing up in this matchup. But, that is expected, man. In a match, you will have your winners, you will have your losers. And if you can't script the match up, you got to depend on your performance. The performance of HGE this time just didn't go their way.
Yeah, you need to get a different plan of approach this time, because if it's similar most of the time, and you will be red, and a chance for the early engagement to happen and fail at this moment. But we'll have to find out further how the teams will be improving. But one thing is evident, AJ, that Vagabonds Nomads will still maintain this dominance. Not so much probably onto the points, but enough to keep the Conquerors at bay and trying to catch catch up from this match. And that have yet to be seen right now as we look at the replay of this match, AJ. And not so much to tell about the replay, but I like to say how well other teams are already doing better for day number 2 compared to what we've seen in day number 1. And that kind of been changing from round after round from day number 1 because adjustments can be done quickly, and the quicker you make those adjustments, the quicker you make a lead above or higher on that leaderboard.
Yeah, and when you climb up the leaderboard, you might just be tempted to do a little bit more, to climb a little bit higher. But, it's just so unfortunate that some of the other teams have to face, just complete destruction out there on the battlefield. And this is the part where I'll urge everyone to once again be very careful and assess all teams with a open mind. You cannot just be against some teams and accuse them just because you don't like them or you're not supportive of them. You got to treat everybody with the same suspicious eye. But that just doesn't seem to be the case out there on the battlefield. And Vagabonds Nomads, they were just ruling this circle, man. Sekre, no matter who, no matter where they were running, they were just being eaten up like crazy. And Travis was having a field day. But after all of these engagements, the peak behind the tree, that did it for me, man.
Like I just say, hi, hello, I'm here, shoot me.
GG.
All I have to see, Vagabonds and Nomads right now, despite what we've seen that, because this is a trade-off that usually happens between both of the brands. It is isolated mostly for Vagabonds Esports from what we've seen earlier, and there's a chance for the Nomads to catch up on the points. And Vagabonds Nomads taking this round 4 out of 6, AJ. And the back-to-back battles will be happening on this second half as we will be, or later on, seeing yet another battle. But so far, AJ, with this points already going in higher and higher from both these brands, it's becoming more difficult for the other teams to catch up. No matter how close the Conquerors were earlier, I mean, Vagabonds Nomads can just bring on the fire and start a lead that is very difficult for them to catch up at this point. 2 more rounds, AJ, 2 more chances for Conquerors to beat the Nomads, just hoping that they'll be able to do so in a great manner.
Yeah, but if the Nomads keeps this up, just like what we talked about, right? They're going to stay cooled off. They're not going to pop off until where it comes to a moment where they feel people are catching up. Then they're going to maintain the difference in points against all of the other squads. That's the modus operandi of the Vagabonds brand altogether. Esports a little bit more dominant because they want to show that they truly can stack the numbers up against the other teams. But Nomads just wants to scrape through. But at the end of the day, still maintain that second spot. So we see that execution being perfectly, played out there on the battlefield. And, I'm just impressed with the Vagabonds squad all around, man, because it's one thing to plan and execute, but to plan and execute so well round after round without failing, you guys are gods of Call of Duty Mobile BR already.
Yeah, and when I said that Vagabonds Esports as well as Vagabonds Nomads has backup plans behind their backup plans, I mean, even planning a loss might be a plan for them. I don't know, because that might be a case. Because if you want to rest, sleep well. Sleep well. That will be what they're doing if they have that much lead against the other teams, AJ.
Yeah, I don't think Vagabonds Esports wants to push the boundaries all that too much, right? We see them kind of really chug out that perfect, string of points at the very start of the day, at the very start of the competition. But once that lead is already secured, they're just, just chilling around out there on the battlefield, not really looking to do a lot, not looking to demand a lot of points. Because you have to understand that if they survive and they get into that final circle, that encounter then now needs to be fought between Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads. And they They clearly do not want a situation like that. But let's see how far they can push this storyline as they continue to build it up for themselves, as we continue to speak about it out here on broadcast. Vagabonds Esports this time around shoot straight in for Cargo Dogs as anticipated, and they do have, their buddies Riley Esports flying out towards the lighthouse with one of their players just kind of spreading out a little bit too far, but to no repercussion at all, because they see that flight path, they look behind them, and nobody's following suit.
Yeah, and speaking of following, the two teams who have been following each other every time we jump in on this map of Blackout are the two teams of the Conquerors, Teams Out Conquerors, as well as NRX 432. And this time a little bit closer in their Sacred against NRX 432. So we'll have to see if this is a chance for them to start on the battle, because so far NRX 432 from the previous round was able to get away from that engagement. But as Halo will be stuck at the bottom and the footsteps will be heard, we'll have to see if this will happen at this point. But with the movements of everyone else, it is not. And, well, it is doing well for them from the previous round, especially with the placement that they have in the kills. So why not? Why not let them live longer? And it might be the same story overall. But speaking of the same story, on the left-hand side, it's the same old story for this team. Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads, a huge lead against the ones next to them.
Let's see what they can pull out here in terms of the lead, because Conquerors, they need to continue to conquer if they want to catch up with Nomads. And every time they get close, Nomads just put such a huge distance between themselves as well as the Conquerors. If you're the Conquerors, you must be annoyed to Kingdom Come. But the Almighty Prime also hot on the heels of the Conquerors. So not only are you pressured by Prime, you're having a tough time catching up with Nomads. So hopefully that doesn't work against the Conquerors by downing their spirits. Hopefully that fuels the fire in their hearts instead. But, very interesting approach here to the 5th spot. Look at the Four Kings Aces. Just like that, up in that 5th placement and looking to even overtake Almighty Prime and the Conquerors very soon. Just 10 points between Four Kings Aces and Conquerors. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Four Kings this time around try to pop off as much as possible, because they now know what is possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think they captured a page from the playbook of the main team, because we know that Blackout is, well, strategy-wide, the main team from Four Kings has been very, very well in terms of using that Blackout. And that's one thing that we mentioned earlier. You can get some strats from different teams. It's not really stealing, because you're the same brand and you're representing the same brand. It will be otherwise if you are using it exactly wherein you were at loss as who will be able to counter that between the two of you. So that is one question that Four Kings Aces doesn't have right now. They can just borrow those pages and put it into play, and it's showing right now, moving in there on the 5th spot. Now, AXP on the other hand, going in, and I think they will try to take on the Battle of Construction side and probably target the team of ABC Mystic, unless ABC Mystic has already gotten away. And we also saw a glimpse of the NRX 420. Now it is ENE Phoenix who has taken this area and just teasing them as they pass by in their vehicles.
ENE, let's see if they can get away. Cluster drop just to pause the approach of AXP Externals. Eternals, EXP Eternals, and it feels like that sort of a pause to the approach is the saving grace here for ENE to recover. And now ENE circling around left and right, high ground advantage. Sucre from the bottom, the rest from up top. Merc gets Viper, but MJ taken out by D-Sing. D-Sing traded out by Merc. Back and forth we go, but ENE bagging the most of this. But now they're getting distracted by NRX 420, who dropped by to say hello.
Yeah, and say hello they did, and NRX 420 might be the next target, because this is the usual ENE Phoenix that we want to see. Aggressive gameplay as well as the slays, and we'll have to find out, but Blink takes down Merc in there in the process and pushes on for 420, AJ.
That's what I'm talking about. Play your game of pressure. Don't chicken away from battles because you've got the skills. NRX 420 slowly climbing back up. And it's all about the confidence. Gameplay, Blink. It's all about the confidence, Bobby. You just got to show them exactly who is boss. But if you're hiding away in a tight corner, if you are afraid to engage, the other teams will take advantage and they will crack you up. Good attempt by Blink this time around as he plays the game of pressure with that motorcycle as well as the rewind, taking that drop, quickly repositioning, waiting for the backup of the other team members who quickly swooped on in to scare away the rest of the squad that they were taken on. And now NRX 420, they just cannot play the game of risk here because Bobby seems to be circling out all on his own.
Yeah, just looking for the final member in there. Not final member, but one of the members in there on the other side that they can take down. Speaking of taking down, Maui was able to take down Instinct, the vital part of the four kings in this gameplay. And HGE right now still surviving, was able or will be able to pick up Maui at this point. But Alj, I think, taking damage from afar. But with four members right now who can recover in a few moments, the four kings, especially as Negi and another member, I think two of their teammates has been turned to a dog tags, might be in trouble. It's a good thing that Negi was able to show with the grenades that are being thrown. Unfortunate for them, no knockdown has been shown at this point, so they need to hide out. They need to be a little bit quiet into the gameplay that they have to survive that encounter.
Meow goes boom as Chibi says hello, but he can get picked up here. Let's see what Vitas has in store for us. Vitality CL at the bottom as well, shooting up the chopper. Vitas wants to pick up the dog tag, but don't really have no ingress to pick it up just yet. They're waiting for the players of Almighty to back away. Lock on with the missile out of the FHJ will be averted by the flares of the chopper, but it's still a very slow approach if you ask me that Vitas is moving on for in terms of the survival gameplay and picking up the dog tag of their brother.
Yeah, what I'm thinking right now is Vitas was going for the distraction gameplay and leaving Jabi using that vehicle, that Gland vehicle, to get the dog tags. But this time with distance that the rest of the teams of Vitas in here with a chopper, not looking good for Jabi at this point. So hopefully he was able to survive and later on scan the dog tag, bring the teammates back because there's no moving from a lot of teams, especially in that area. They will be staying in there as the next safe zone has already been revealed. And from those up north, they need to move down and vehicles like the chopper will be in trouble, especially as Armin Rosina has armed themselves with this FHJ.
Nice. Fantastic play by Zimiru. 2 shots back to back, enough to force Vitas off of their chopper. And KKPG has got that rally car on the side of these players. And Team Armin and Rosina will be able to quickly reposition after teasing the Vitas squad. But no, they're taking the fight straight up to Vitas. And I don't know if this is a great idea or a terrible one. Zimiru, wrench in hand, as he circles around, hacks up the players first. Fantastic idea. Jabi just outside, has no idea that this guy is right here. Opens the door and misses Jabi. Jabi from the back knocks him down with a Jack 12.
Oh my goodness. A good play in there by Jabi, just hiding out, not moving an inch, even with a hack. I mean, that is more of a complacency from the side of Armorazina. Zimiru is in there, made a mistake of not really looking and checking. But Cookie, on the other hand, this is the start of a good gameplay from Cookie, if in case he will get the kills. But he will not take advantage of that because they only have 2 members on his side. As the good thing is the ninja, so the high ground will still play to their favor, AJ.
Let's see how they're gonna work around this. Vita's still alive and kicking, 2 kills so far, but playing a lot of pressure against the other teams. Ooh, Rhaegar and Bobby out in the vehicle, taken down by Dre. A little too accurate. Almighty Prime once again bringing out the big guns. Vagabonds Esports, since Nomads picked up the victory earlier on, they want to put the distance between themselves as well as Nomads once again. A 50-point lead is what Vagabonds Esports wants to secure as they win the competition entirely, probably. And it seems to be that sort of a storyline that they built for themselves over and over across yesterday and today. So I expect them to, this time around, step it right back up, Neptune.
And I don't want to be that close to ones next to them. So I'll probably get more of the kills. And survivability is out of the question already. It has been played by a different team. But Paul right now in there. What a hit on that fence. And Cal surprisingly, mistakenly pulling up from that fence, and he could have just crouched in there or probably just prone to get away from guns, arms away. But that is one thing that they didn't plan out, the chase coming from this team, AJ.
I'm just so curious what model absorber and suspensions is that rally car using. So I love the bounce, man. Not too hard, not too soft, just at the perfect amount to traverse through all of that hilly terrain and not really make the players inside of the car motion sick or whatever, right? Fantastic. I love it. I need to call the developers after this.
You mentioned about the bounce.
Yeah.
How about when you hit a rock? How it bounces like a
no
rubber.
suspension in front,
that's
bro.
the bumper that I want.
It's not the kind of bumper I want, man. Four Kings. Oi! Error 404. Players not found. Esir shuts down kill and Fright at the same time, taking out the tank. GG Nomads. What a hit.
And that is one thing that you don't want to happen. One hit and 3 kills. But, the rest of the team right now in trouble. Pogs taking out Instinct in there on the sniper, despite of how close the rest of the teams are. And speaking of close, who's getting close against the Nomads? It is Vagabonds Esports. And how will this end? We'll like to see, AJ.
Do we really want to see? Because, I just keep getting disappointed time and time again. Every time I see this encounter out there on the battlefield, I only end it with a round of disappointment in my mind, in my heart. Every time I want, because of, how annoying is it where you've got two supreme teams out there on the battlefield, and the probability of everybody else engaging with each other is so much higher than these two guys, right? They're dominating and you barely see them ever in that final circle fighting against each other, preventing each other from taking the win. It's just ridiculous if you ask me, Neptune. And, that's all I'm going to say about that, man. Vitality CL circling around from that right-hand side. Vagabonds Esports had the perfect opportunity to shut down Nomads earlier on, but they rather turn tails and take Vitality out of the equation instead. They're holding on to a good ground here defensively, and usually when they do spot opportunities out there, they take the hit. But the distance, because of this hilly terrain, just forcing them out. Nomads spots them. This is that engagement that I wanted. And Nomads, they want to serve it up on a hot platter. But NRX 432, your nose does not belong in here. What are you doing? They're engaging with Vitality CL. Vagabonds Esports going to be the third party that bags out all the kills at the end of the day in this engagement.
Yeah, and a great potential for Vagabonds Esports to get this kills if they want to. But right now, they just plan on hiding in this area. And it's different, I would say, for the team of Vagabonds Esports hiding out. Usually they take the high ground and take the kills, especially with a lot of gunshots happening on the other side. And that is one thing that we are seeing. Probably it's because Blackout might not be a map that they're too confident in hanging the high ground. But we'll have to find out if Nomads will be able to convert this and also outlive anyone in this play, because a lot of engagements happening, not only between the Vagabonds brand, but also other teams like Vitality and RX420, AJ.
It's so much easier for Vagabonds Esports to shut down Nomads than it was to engage with Vitality, but yet that was the engagement that they chose. And Nash just swooping on in, tagging those players up, rewinds to not. That was a little bit of a bug there from his rewind class. But once again, man, I am reaching my boiling point already because the disappointment in my heart is coming out once again. I want to see these two teams bash their heads against each other because I want to know who's the better Vagabond.
Yeah, and that's one thing. When you are on the top of the leaderboard, usually that is where the clash happen. Who is the best team? But it's not being shown. No one wants to show up right now. Probably is because of confidence in the map. Probably it is because the Vagabonds Esports a different plan right now to survive further in the fourth phase of this map. And Nomads, on the other hand, has lost the aggressiveness that they usually show. There's a lot of probability, a lot of assumptions that we can throw into the mix, but nothing is being answered, especially as to who among these two teams are the best when they fight off each other, because it's more of a teasing, and teasing at some point, if it doesn't occur, if it doesn't happen, it will hurt us a long time, especially as to expectation that has been set already in our mind, AJ.
I can only think of a relationship when you say things like that, man. You know, teasing, setting expectations, disappointing. Let's hope we don't get our hearts broken. Like a guy here in the comment section. What's his name? Wait, let me scroll. Because Kurt Frias. Kurt Frias is pretty adamant that he wants to get his point, known to everybody out there on the battlefield. Kurt, calm down, Kurt. We hear you loud and clear. You've copy-pasted the same comment 10 times already now, and I'm getting sick of reading the same comment again and again. Say something different. Move on from that one statement if you can, buddy. I want to see more. AP Void, approach from the back. Vitality CL. Earlier on, they played the game of patience to perfection. Nomads couldn't snuff them out. Vagabonds Esports couldn't catch them off guard. And now, Vagabonds in front of them, but the players of AXP Crate are still posing a great trouble, a great danger for them, so they cannot step out of their compound just yet, Neptune.
AXP Crate is a little bit too bold for them. It's a good thing that they were able to pop off the smoke. Otherwise, they might be targeted by different teams from the other side of this hill. But with the safe zone that will be closing in a few seconds, and this is not a light safe zone. On the fourth phase, they will be hit hard in a lot of scrambling, as we can see right now, just like Ants, who is being hit in there and being dropped food. They are dropping as well, but it's not just the one favor. It's not just one team. It might be a squad wipe, and no team will be winning except the safe zone, AJ.
Yeah, Jesuo and the players of Vitality CL just overstaying their welcome. Jesuo fighting against the circle as he tries to get to a better spot. But look at this smoke bomber gameplay. But premature, Pare. What did you do, Jesuo? Wasting an opportunity. That might have been a good defense, but if you ask, it was a total waste. And now Jesuo still having to deal with the circle as he backs away into the players of AXP Eternals. Riley shuts down Nomads, and fantastic play from Riley Esports to throw the cog into the machinery of all of these teams out there. But as anticipated, it's going to be Vagabonds Esports aiming for the top spot this time round. 33 players still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Vagabonds Esports wants to eat them all up.
Vagabonds Esports not too far from their brothers right now, but the battle is happening in the lower ground. Vagabonds Esports just take advantage of the high ground that they have. Crayons being taken down there. It's the Nomads that you don't want to be crossing that fight. And SA right now with a spray will be able to take down, and Yato in there is the one who does that. Now Yato from afar will be getting closer, but not so much to be taken out easily. And look in the rest of the teams of Vagabonds Esports, AJ, just taking the skills, taking it easy, and like making it sure that they take the win.
Everybody, Vagabonds Esports, here is your feeding points. 12 kills so far. Vagabonds Esports wants to put the distance, making it 50 between themselves as well as the Vagabonds Snowman squad. By the time we end the competition in here today, Riley manages to play a huge pressure against the players of AXP and forcing them towards the very edge of the circle, whereas the players of Vagabonds Esports, very comfortable up top, high ground advantage as usual in this open ground circle that the safe zone is leading everybody to.
And there's one thing that really surprises me onto why Vagabonds Esports didn't pop off at some point, and it's not the gameplay really. It's just what they are planning in terms of the points, and it threw off the strats of the other teams, thinking that Vagabonds Esports will not be taking the high ground anymore. Thus, they ballot on the lower ground. But it's a good thing Caleb will be in there, and the rest of the teams going in, putting in that pressure against Vagabonds Esports with a 3-team remaining. remaining. Kuzma will be staying in there a little bit silent. The smoke will bring in a lot of confusion for Vagabonds Esports and not so much that they can fight back against Riley.
Riley. And the positioning held on by Rald was so good, but Nash still spots him out. Pusangala. That was crazy. Riley Esports now. Smokes all around. Luki tries to circle around from the right-hand side. Riley has an opportunity as they pick up their own team member from across. Yato putting on that pressure. 8 more players from 3 different teams. Riley Esports has the capability to undo Vagabonds. But wanted Kuzma. Dude, this guy laying low and he doesn't move a single muscle. Everybody thinks that it's just a loot box. And Kuzma now getting tagged up by the circle. Smoke right in front of Kuzma, allowing him to stand up and run in towards the circle. Kuzma, can he survive? Yato finds him. It's now a battle between Riley and Vagabond.
Vagabonds Esports is losing members, and Riley was able to survive in there. Take them one at a time. And if I'm not mistaken, AJ, Riley Esports with a complete squad in there ending this game. And a little flex in there coming from Riley Esports because they have been waiting for a long time to get the spotlight in this game, AJ.
Good on Vagabonds Esports for holding back in that final circle. Although they had the very advantageous position, high ground, they could have snuffed all of them out. But they wanted to show, of course, you know, a little bit of mercy towards the other teams. And Riley Esports, you know, that action from that guy sitting down in the camera, he needs to understand it's not allowed. Vaping on stream, regardless of anything, even if you win a round, it's not allowed. So hopefully Riley Esports does not open themselves up to a few infraction points over here in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only chance that they can take down Vagabonds Esports at this point, and we don't want them out that easily. I believe Vagabonds Esports don't want them out as well because the challenge, like, they don't want it to be that easy. No matter how much easier it looks for Vagabonds Esports, I believe that they don't want it to look that easy. And Riley Esports really doing a great job right now. 13 onto the kills, as well as that additional 10 points on that placement.
Yeah.
Riley Esports really showing us that they can manage, even if Vagabonds Esports want to play that domination.
Yeah, and Vagabonds Esports, you know, Luki this time providing all of the slays, picking up a total of 10 just all on his own. 15 in total of slays for the team overall. 6 points from placements gives them 21 points in this matchup. Nomads bombed out a little bit earlier on, and we look at the domination that we talk about Vagabonds Esports wanting to take in this competition, and they wanted to rise above Nomads and at least keep a 50-point gap between them. That's exactly what's happening here. But NRX 420, this is what we're talking about in terms of pressure gameplay. Build up that confidence, engage confidently, and you will be able to find the points on your side. Placements as well as slays. This is the NRX 420 that we used to know, but a little bit more pressure will be appreciated by the fans, I'm very sure. A total of 7 kills, and the 4th spot, they pick away decent amount of placements for themselves. Almighty Prime, although they don't bomb out, this is not a terrible round for them, but at the same time, not a mighty fancy round as well. Picking up a total of 5 points from the slays, as well as the 5th place in terms of placement. And AXP Eternals here, Neptune. This is one of the most consistent teams in the competition overall, and they managed to slide away 5 points to their side.
Yeah, 5 points will be taken by this team, but not so much for Vagabonds Nomads. Though they have a great potential to get a lot of kills, especially the position that they have taken earlier. Every time that we see them, it's only 7 points that they captured, and they end up on the 7th spot. And not the usual Blackout gameplay that we see from Vagabonds Nomads, but that will explain. That was explained earlier on the assumption that we have that Vagabonds Esports are the ones tasked to take a lot more of the points this time. HGE, 5 kills, their names. Maui taking 4 out of the 5. And with a placement, 1 placement point in here gives them a total of 6. Vitality CL this time, great play coming from them. It is a total of 8, but not so much on the placement. But this will do for now because they need the points to really catch up. And especially as a 4 Kings, we highlighted them earlier that they are doing well this time. Not so much, only 1 point. And that is brought in by Negi in this game.
And when Negi's the one scoring the kills, the rest of the players need to figure out what in the world is going on, right? This guy converting over from the iPad into mobile, and he was able to perform slightly better, albeit not too much better than the rest of the team members. But 4 Kings themselves overall need to figure out the kind of strategy that they can execute out there on the battlefield and get into that final circle. And it's easier said than done because at Isolated, all of the players are a little bit more proficient in getting into the circle. But at Blackout, huge angles to play around with because of the sheer size of this map. And the one crazy thing is we don't really see a lot of vehicles out there on the battlefield anymore, Neptune. It's all just players running out in the open.
Yeah, I think because a lot of players has already utilized the FHJ in that game, thus it's a little bit risky, especially with the 4 Kings takedown we've seen earlier. Even in the tank, I mean, how thick that was for a single hit, but it's not just single. Like FHJ plus the gunshots coming from different other teams as well can put the tank at bay. And it's... unless you can move very, very fast, an ATV, motorcycle will be an option. But rally car and other vehicles, especially the Big Bertha, I mean, even if how thick that is, it will not give you that mobility. And with how everyone is slaying right now with the gunshots, you can be taken down easily.
And how will the other teams improve themselves to keep the fight up against teams like Vagabonds Esports? Riley might just have the answer, but the bigger question here is, did Vagabonds Esports let them win by showing them a little bit of mercy? Take the extra 4 points. It affects us not in the slightest bit. That's exactly what Riley has to figure out. And maybe show us that they can do it not once, but twice, back to back. Trevor picking up 3 kills for the side of AXP Kratos and a total of 6 for the squad. ENE, this is the Phoenix squad that did so well at the semis, but unfortunately, they just bomb out at the grand finals. NRX 432 bombs out as well after performing decently in the previous round. And the same can be said for ABC Mystic, who were the very first ones to get taken out of the equation in this round.
Yeah, and there's one thing that will be lost if you don't maintain the consistency, and that proves to show how teams might just be depending on how lucky they can get, especially in survivability. So they need to have a concrete, a solid plan to go round after round. But how can you do that with some teams like really completely dominating them? And it's one thing that you only can do to make sure that you survive is hide out. But in Blackout, there's not much hiding, especially on how both of this round has ended in open area. It's only the slopes, only the elevation that can provide you those covers at this point. And it is just those who can take the high ground and get the slays who can get the points at this point.
CL and a lot of them from the side of Vitality doing a lot in the previous matchup, but it didn't really translate in terms of kills, although they tried their best to get into that final circle. They did chug out quite a little bit. I mean, fancy if you're picking up that 9th spot and you've got 8 kills to your side, but what can you do with those 8 kills? Can you kind of roll it up into placement points as well? It was super chaotic. Vitality just could not hang with the best towards the very end. But with the buffer of their kill points, they should be, sleeping with ease tonight, not really worried about how they did in the competition. But as we circle back around towards some of the other teams in performance out here, so many a times, Vagabonds Esports had the opportunity to shut down Nomads, but Nomads just kept getting lucky and lucky, Neptune.
Yeah, how lucky can you get getting away from harm's way at that final moment? And we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Even the chase, even the tease that we've seen earlier from both of these teams, and no translation has been done. And they just focus on the different team. Like what we mentioned earlier, they just, like, I think it's Vagabonds and Nomads who focus on vitality on that fight. And thus, Vagabonds Esports was able to survive.
And then Vagabonds Esports focus on vitality.
And that is a trade-off that they will get if they don't get the initial kills, because you will be lost out on the numbers that you are not getting from that fight.
And Luki, of course, towards the very end there, detecting that the players were running out towards the boulder. That final kill by Luki made 0 sense in the world. Why would you shoot someone outside of the circle unless it was not intentional? Luki, you gotta just watch yourself just a little bit in terms of strategy and approach towards that final circle, because once again, Neptune, you've got 3 players inside of the circle. You are still surviving. You can shoot them, but of course there's a boulder there. There was a couple of heads sticking out, but instead the priority then moves to the guy that's outside the circle who's already crawling, who's not going to be able to shoot you at all. So that's the only point I would like to make, Your Honor. I don't know why, but it was the play. It was the play.
Yeah, we'll have to let the jury decide on your point, Constable Mustachio AJ. So far, I mean, it's a good play from Riley Esports, because so far, like, they have been trying to challenge Vagabonds Esports at that point. And if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the rare occasions that they managed to do so. Imagine surviving with 4 members out there. It's not that easy. Even if you are in there keeping safe, it's not that easy to survive with a complete squad. And that was the only advantage. I'm not putting them down, but with the performance of Vagabonds Esports, that looks like the only advantage that Riley Esports has on Vagabonds Esports on that final moment.
Yeah, and I think Vagabonds just wasn't going for the win in that final circle, because if they truly had set their mind to get that victory, they would get the victory. There's no doubts whatsoever. Vagabonds Esports, one of the most dominant teams in the competition in the history of Garena Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. And once again, nobody has been able to figure out how they do it so consistently. Nobody. And the brand is so good that not only Vagabonds Esports gets to dominate, but their brothers Vagabonds Nomads gets to dominate the whole competition as well. And I'm talking about the best of the best of the best of the best, the creme de la creme of Garena Call of Duty Mobile for MSP, and only one brand has the 2 top teams. That's what's crazy about Vagabonds. I just want that to simmer in everybody's minds as they try to figure out exactly how they're going to take the fight up to these 2 supreme teams that just seem absolutely untouchable at the moment, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned that so many times. Though it's predictable that they can take the win, but how they're taking it, it's very difficult to say. And like what we called out from the community, if you can give us any hint, ideas on how they do it, at least we can give them a better story instead of just like having question marks like on our head right now. We would like to get a better story into them as to why and how they're taking this win, because I love to give a better story compared to just a complete domination without us understanding why.
Yeah, it's just Vagabonds Esports things, It's just a Vagabonds it's just a Vagabonds kind of a story. And the assumption that Vagabonds Esports wants to wrap things up with a 50-point gap between themselves as well as Nomads, with the Nomads still holding on to that second spot, might just come true. We have got 1 more match to play. Vagabonds Esports at the moment have got about a 40-point lead over the players of Vagabonds Nomads. They just need to repeat this progress into that final circle with a decent number of kills once again to get exactly that done. Worst case scenario, Vagabonds Nomads says, "No, Mustachio, you're wrong. We are going to get the win this time round." But it doesn't matter. It's the Vagabonds family at the end of the day. And they're just keeping it within the family, Neptune.
Yeah, and well, we'll have to find out. Probably they can adopt me at some point so I can learn, so that I can provide them a good story.
Don't adopt
I really
me.
want
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just gonna stay the mustachio man. I love winning, but I don't love winning the ruthless way Vagabonds Esports wins out there on the battlefield. They're just way too dominant, man. Way too dominant out there on the battlefield. Conquerors, they take the hot drop, and guess who's there with them? NRX 432. Let's see if 432 makes it out of this compound alive and kicking.
Yeah, 432 really has been struggling, especially from the last round that we've seen them. Hopefully they can turn it around this time once again. But one thing that doesn't change, we have other teams who has taken this construction site, and I believe from earlier, this is where ABC Mystic has really lost it early on the fight, because even with the battle of that upgrade, chip upgrade, didn't see much of ABC Mystic. So early engagement coming from ENE Phoenix this time, really showing that they are an aggressive team, but to the extent that ABC Mystic are the ones in their crosshairs, so they just need to get away. And only 2 members remaining for ABC Mystic, but I don't think ENE Phoenix will be stopping that quickly at this point, AJ.
Yeah, ENE. Very slow approach, but ABC Mystic down at the bottom. Oi, MJ spots Rogue. Bye-bye, Rogue. Back to the lobby you go, sir. And ABC Mystic, this is that hot drop that they take against ENE Phoenix, forcing the issue. They think that they can play Factory much better, but I don't think the statistics stacks up to their side. ENE are almost always with that final circle play. But, you know, in terms of performance, you can kind of pitch them against the players of ABC Mystic. Let's see if things do turn around here for the squad. I really want to see both of these teams make it up to the top, Neptune.
Yeah, you'll have to find out, but I'm quite surprised that we know ABC Mystic has another plan, a plan B when it comes to Blackout. Just in case it's not working out for them on construction side, they can take estates, and no one of the ABC Mystic are even checking, even at least a split to give them a better chance. They still challenge ENE Phoenix on the construction side, and that makes it difficult for them. And like what we asked them from the early parts from the semifinals, hopefully the case will not be for the end of the day. That's when they make the adjustment, because it's quite evident that they can make that already. They should have done that already at this point, because that might give them a better, more of survivability in this game. So ABC Mystic, if you're hearing us right now, hopefully you drop on the next day on that estate map instead of construction site.
Once again, AXP Eternals comes by to say hello to NRX 420, but Blink fires right back. Kimmy SH drains him out. Mizuki Cutie down on the ground. Bobby goes in for the finisher. Kimmy, where you running, boy, says Bobby. Hops on through. Kimmy disappears, and that's a good engagement and response by Bobby. Outsmarts Kimmy SH. Ray gun right in front of him for the defense as well. Blink has been taken out of the equation already. Desync just beyond the perimeter here, but Kimmy, as he continues to bleed out, Bobby executes him, and they punish the players of AXP Eternals as they try to prey on NRX 420 again.
And Bobby just playing like that, just a skipping rope, and they're moving left to right and making the shot. I feel like if I will be saying that out loud in that engagement, it will sound like basketball battle, AJ. Well, I'll have to find out left and right, and there goes the shot and the kill by Bobby. But we'll have to see, because the battle will be happening in here, continuing on as a different team. It is the brothers and X432 joining the fun.
And this is the kind of engagement I expect to see with brothers, man. You find them, you slay them, you make them into kill points. You don't turn your backs and run away. This is Sukre dropping by. Joko it's all out chaos in the compound that NRX 420 wanted to conquer initially. But you saw them run away as quickly as possible the moment NRX 432 appeared there, because they could not manage a back-to-back battle. And that's one of the plus points here from NRX 420. The decision-making in this matchup, the aggression that we have seen from the previous game, absolute fire. But we need to see more if they want to survive a competition as hot as Garena Survivors Season 2. Clive, NRX 432, they managed to step up their aggression as well, surprisingly, Neptune.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if NRX 432 will be able to continue on. But earlier, from what we've seen, just in case NRX 420 was not taken down in there for a few members, then they might continue on the fight against NRX 432 right now. But unfortunately, it is Halo taken down from the fight and is just waiting for Jock and Keys to get back before taking that dog tag. But with two members in there from the Phoenix, it will not be easy, AJ.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems with maneuvering around with the Jackal initially was the fact that you couldn't really edit some of those controls on your screen, which was a little bit of a downside, and that caused a lot of people to make mistakes when they fly it around. But now, the players out there on the battlefield, especially, players like Assassin, making it look like an easy peasy lemon squeezy Merc, getting the job done, moving outside of the circle. He gets his armor ducked away. Can he survive? We will have to keep an eye on these the kill feed here. Merc still hasn't gotten taken out, but I believe he has managed to retrieve one dog tag.
And dog tag is a one good thing for them because they can manage to survive later on and then go in for the other dog tags as the other teams leave this area. But the damage at first phase of the safe zone is not that much, and a lot of teams can take that to advantage, guarding the dog tags, and with the vehicles on side of them, they can quickly move as the dog tags is already expired.
Dog tags expiring is a problem for some of these teams to kind of deal with here because the pressure out there in the open battlefield is just a little bit too much. Clyde still alive and kicking, but traded out by Viper here. NRX 432 getting super aggressive, but it seems to be playing against them. And the players of AXP Kratos now have a high ground advantage against Riley Esports. Riley just beyond the perimeter here. Then she takes that high ground, tries to spot out players, finds no one, repositions back towards the train tracks, and they move on slowly from that left-hand flank. They hear the gunshots, though, and Riley Esports not really doing themselves any favors whatsoever. Now, Ninja flanks from that left. This might be a GG if he can pull this off.
They need to pull this off if they want to make those points. But yeah, I would agree. Like, if they will be able to take this out, then it is now a different story for this team. And Vitality right now going in for a different team. Vitality is challenging the Four Kings. Friday is already out very, very far from this area, but the rest of the teams was able to pass by and get the dog tags. Though Vitality only lost one, and it is Jesuo in this battle. The rest of the teams still managed to get back in track, regroup, as well as fight back later on, because in less than 2 minutes, the next phase will be moving, and those hanging back will be taken out in the safe zone. And Blank right now was able to take down Yato in the process. Back to Vitality. The battle continues as the Nomads goes in for the hunt. Even the Jack right now will not do that well by this fight, and that is a KRM against Jack. That is one thing, one good counter, because you only need one good shot to take down an enemy.
Yes, here, there was a beautiful knock by Vitality, but they couldn't really keep up with that pressure. No clear follow-up as Shy was just a little bit too far away, leaving their brother to deal with the pressure of Vagabond's Nomads all alone. And although the movement was fantastic on the side of Vitality, it just wasn't enough to outmaneuver the numbers that Vagabond's Nomads brought into that gunfight. And towards the very end, Vagabond's Nomads managed to secure that one kill, but it's just a single point to their name. They want more. They want to catch up with Vagabond's Esports. I don't think their big brothers will allow them to do that. Once again, 50-point lead is what I assume Vagabond's Esports will end this round with, as opposed to their brothers Vagabond's Nomads, who are in that second place.
I'll have to see if they will be able to make that 50-point lead. I'm just looking at dog tags from afar right now. Hopefully that is not the green that we often see from Vagabond's Esports. If that is the case, then it will give a good signal for the Nomads to pop off in this game. So we'll have to see furthermore how much damage both teams, Vagabond's Esports and Nomads can do in this play. And he's right now just in the open, moving towards Vagabond's Nomads being taken down. But I don't think this team of NRX 432 is out just yet. They are spread out a little bit too thin right now, and it is 420. On the other side, who will be passing by? So rotation-wise, I think they are aiming for airdrops right now as they move together in one direction, AJ.
Oh, Almighty again! Knocking down 2 players, this time not from the 4 Kings, but NRX 420. Almighty Prime. They are just absolute annihilators of vehicles by the looks of it, man. Zeus taken out, wanted, puts him down onto the ground. And with Blink being taken out of the equation as well, I believe this might just be all over for the 420 squad.
Yeah, still counting 15 out there, but we'll have to see the moment that they count down depending on who will be killed. All 4-3-2 going in for the fight against the 4 Kings right now, and the 4-3-2 seems to be winning at this point, but AXP will be moving in, taking the arsenal for themselves, but will pull in a lot of teams. Hopefully they have the smokes and will be able to get away from a lot of gunshots from the other side, and I think that is coming from a different team of age right now, Armament Rodzina, but distance will not be that far, and advantage will be onto the AXP as the airdrop and arsenals will be in there. Kimish will try and pull in this position so that he can get a snipe against Armament.
Nomads fighting 4 Kings and NRX 432 at the same time. Jokot turns around, shuts down Esir. All of this battle happening off screen. Observer, we need to hop on over, brother. We're missing some big fights out there on the battlefield. AXP Eternals can wait a little bit as they continue their looting process. Vagabonds Esports have been fully brought back. They were just left down to 1 guy, and now it's the full squad back in here to potentially win it, Neptune. Let's see if they can pick up their loots first.
Well, at this late into the game, and a lot of teams already hanging back, all they have to do is hide out and loot quietly. Even if we are seeing a lot of teams gathering, the parachute will provide us a threat, a signal for Vagabonds Esports to be gunned down in this fight. But as we see, a lot of the chaos has been happening. XP trying to get as much kill as possible, and their target would be Vitas. As Vitas is not really firing back that much. In the distance with its sniper, with a push of the Sync right now in here, trying to get a hold of view as to where to throw that grenade. I hope that he will not be shut down by in there as he waits.
Oh, Cluster played perfectly. Down in the defense. Kuzma gets tagged up as well. Cluster tossed towards him. Kuzma manages to back away. Ha's plate just got broken a little bit thanks to those clusters, and it doesn't really manage to force him to make a misplay here, but he does disengage and backs away for the defense. Jabi premature, but he takes that pre-fight to make sure nobody continues to rush through that smoke up against him. But that's the kind of safe place I love to see out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
You need to be safe, especially out in open right now, but not so safe that you are hiding out in one room. And a lot of that gameplay has been read already. And even if with this rooms out there, with this compound, small compound that they can take, no one is hiding out anymore. No one wants to get caught off guard in those compounds with grenades coming in. And thus, AXP continue on the rotation that they have, even as a Meow is putting a little bit of a pressure on them. That we have the Conquerors right now seeing in on the horizon. We'll have to see if they can make this a fight, or probably they might have to lose it because of what is in store from behind them.
AXP still backing away. I'm looking forward to some engagements out there on the battlefield, man. And the biggest fight that I'm still waiting for hasn't really occurred, fully broken down. But I'm very sure now that we have asked for it, it's just a matter of time before we see it. I want to know who's better under that Vagabonds brand. Is it gonna be the one and only Vagabonds Esports or Nomads? We have just been so flashy in the competition so far, but I want to see that battle happen only in that final circle. Not prematurely, not out here in the open, in that final circle, Neptune, where we can see them go head to head without anybody else in the mix. AXP on the other hand, though, for the side of Eternals, playing this open ground a little dangerously, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it's no less a chance that we might see that because of performance that we've seen, but really I'm hoping to see that as well. Smoke has been pulled out by Chelop right now, and that is not smart. That gives him the information for the teams of Armament Rosina to go and check that out later on as the smoke expired. But the rest of the team still continue in battle. AXP and Almighty. And Almighty, earlier they did well, but continues to bomb out from the previous game or rounds that we've seen them, and this is a chance for them to really catch up because they are falling behind Vagabonds Nomads in the points, I think.
Base, Treble, Matoy, both taken down. Chase still popping off, man. This guy's a beast from afar. Dre, also with the Odin, playing that pressure perfectly. They reposition after attacking so many teams back to back. Now they've just got these open grounds all to themselves. And just beyond the horizon here, they spot Armin and Rodzina. This is a matchup I want to see as well. Almighty taking on Armin and Rodzina, but there's a little bit of disturbance in there. ABC Mystic kind of distracting Armin and Rodzina first. Armin needs to clean up house. Void spotted out from the outside. Virus smoke bomb hits that rewind. Void still inside of the smoke, but Virus knows that he wants to take him, bite his head off, and get that kill point as well, Neptune.
And Travis will be knocked down right now. The pickup will be done, but Virus will try to go for distraction, making sure that they will be able to successfully go for right now will be spotted, and without letting go, Virus was able to spot and kill him, but the steal has been done by Pogs in there with that Arctic 50. Now a battle is happening between the Nomads and Armament Rosina, but Safe Zone will be closing in, delaying the inevitable that will be happening in a bit, AJ.
Virus, Essir taken out, and my god, I don't know if or not a dog tag can be brought back in here. So it's a 3v potential 4 if Nomads manages to get into that final circle. This is the final match available for day 2, man. If I still don't see the fight between the two brothers, I'm just gonna bite my microphone. Almighty Prime. Virus now climbs up on top of this huge boulder in the middle of the way. Perfect defensive spot, if you ask me. Prime has been spotted out. Hello, Quasi, says Virus. But Virus premature. Oh, he hits the perfect rewind. And he gets right behind that boulder. That's what you love to see when someone plays that rewind class. No bugs in action this time around. Virus once again repositions thanks to his rewind, but gets shut down by Mizuki Cutie. Vagabonds Nomads gonna bomb out, unfortunately. We now have to focus on Vagabonds Esports, and yet again that fight will not happen on day 2.
Well, there's one thing that we expect but will not be showing at this point. Two Vagabonds team fighting against each other, but Almighty right now, this team has been expected a lot, and they are showing for it this time. In spite of the challenge of Nomads in there, they were able to take them down from this point and on that 7th spot. Now, as Almighty will try to go in yet another aggressive team, it is AXP right now. It is AXP Eternals, and they have the Conquerors from behind. But AJ, survivability at his finest, Riley Esport back again to the gameplay that they have, not really sitting still, but also have a little bit of cover for them later on just in case they choose it.
That's meow. Almighty Chase. This is one of the crazy players off the battle. GB catches rolled out in the open roll. What are you even doing? No defensive spots to play around with. GB takes advantage. Odin still popping off. And the combo between the Odin and the Jack 12 just absolutely supreme in the hands of Almighty. All the players playing the same meta. Caleb gets taken out by GB as well. The range of this Odin. My God!
Like, it's having an Arctic 50 and a different steroids. Even with that hit, with damage as well as that fire rate, we are seeing a lot of damage from the Odin right now, and a good escape from AXP. But Almighty Chibi is already down, and with the 3 teams, AJ, I think it's looking towards AXP, but the Conquerors
Almighty, bro,
decided.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Almighty here. They are just popping off. 12 kills already. Nobody is gonna be catching them out, and Viper drops out Sekre. Now it's an all-out battle between AXP Eternals and Almighty Prime. I wanted to see Vagabonds in this final circle, but they seem to have bombed out before we even spotted them. GB knocked down onto the ground after he trades out Kimmy SH. Dre and Chase alive and kicking. Almighty Prime get the winning once again.
Ray getting 6 kills out of the 16 that we've seen so far from this game. Almighty showing up for yet another round. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd win for this team just for day number 2, bringing the gap between them against the Conquerors a little bit too far if that is the case, especially as we've seen the Conquerors not so much in the kills, and it's more of survivability that they were vying for, AJ.
Yeah, and in terms of what they were eyeing for, Almighty Prime, obviously the top spot, but riddled with inconsistencies, unlike what the Vagabonds brand bring up to the table. Supreme consistency. Or even though you see them bombing out sometimes, Neptune, there's always a way that Vagabonds Esports and Nomads finds the points miraculously somehow, somewhere to maintain the dominance on the overall competition. But Almighty Prime just hasn't been able to chug out this sort of a consistent performance for us to all see a great battle up top, because this has just been this is not once again Garena Survivors, this is just Vagabond Survivors. It's all about seeing them survive into that final circle. But surprisingly enough, Vagabonds makes it in there to that final circle, but this time they don't pick up a massive number of kills.
Yeah, it's more of the position, as well as with the dog tags that happened earlier. We saw them fly in the final revive flight, and if I'm not mistaken, that was 3 members. Yes, they can survive longer, but with 1 member in there just trying to rotate and catching up as to where the rest of the teammates will be flying in from that revive, and it's a little bit difficult to get back, especially as all or most of the loot has already been taken by a different team. And not quite sure what was the initial plan out here, because we've seen the Nomads out there getting a lot of slays. So as we called out, since Esports did round number 5, Nomads has a chance for round number 6. A lot of slays coming from them, but not so much in surviving. Vagabonds Esports was left with the task of taking a lot in terms of placement, but didn't convert on the kills.
They didn't convert on the kills at all, right? But it doesn't really matter overall in the grand scheme of things, because the job has been done. The deed has most definitely been done by the Vagabonds brand overall through the 6 matches in the day in here. But we still haven't found that one special engagement that we are looking for. What happens in a gunfight, in an all-out gunfight between Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads? They get so close, but yet the fight is still so far. And hopefully tomorrow, the final day of the grand finals, we get to see a little bit of that spicy action, so that I can know in my little heart of heart exactly who is the better team. Because I feel like Nomads can still take the fight up to Vagabonds Esports and walk away the victors, because some of those crazy rounds that they've thrown out in there, Travis with, I mean, what was he hitting, man? Back-to-back 12 kills earlier. You take that sort of performance, you throw it against a Vagabonds Esports that sometimes chugs out 2 massive kills from their side. Yeah, I'm going to bet on Vagabonds Nomads any given time of the day. But I just still think that the confidence part on the Nomads side is just lacking a little bit. They're still allowing their big brothers to take the lead all the time. It's just a matter of time, I think, for them to see their true awakening and to rip away that #1 spot. But always a couple of steps away. That's the disappointing thing about this team. But AXP Kratos, we saw a lot of pressure from them in the competition. This time round, 7th place, single placement point ripped away with 2 kills on their side. Abran Rodzina, Cookie went back to sleep. He only brought 1 this time round. KKPG Zimiru PL doing the exact same. No placement points from the 9th spot onwards. So that's just a total of 4 points for them. ABC Mystic with 4 as well. 4 Kings, surprisingly, in the 11th place with just 5 kills.
Not so much on the placement that has been done by the four kings, especially with the chaos that we've seen them try to get away. I think they are spread in there with only a few members and with the loss of instinct in the early part of that game that usually throws off the gameplay. The snipers provide them most of the information, and that is how the teams of four kings will rotate. And if no one taking in all the visuals, it is left to Fright, and we know Fright to be a little bit too aggressive. So with aggressiveness, Fright, Negi as a support, Kiel as a support as well, supports all around. They just need to convert a little bit more of the kills, probably recover dog tags and get away, and then later on continue the process. But if they're spread out too thin and no chance for them to get dog tags, that will not work for the four kings. But I'm surprised about what we have in here. ABC Mystic and ENE Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken, the initial battle that we've seen from construction side was ABC Phoenix being taken down. But yet, as the one member survived, they were able to get good placement better than ENE Phoenix. And its aggressiveness, ENE Phoenix has shown us with its fight, not only against NRX 432, but also with NRX 420, AJ.
Yeah, decent number of kills picked up here by ENE, a total of 6 to their name. 420 and 432 sitting down in the 13th and the 14th spots. And as the brothers meet out there super early, it just brought doom onto both sides, which is why I said if I want to see Vagabonds, Nomads, and Esports do this battle, it has to be in the final circle because they are both capable of really knocking the air out of each other. And if that engagement happens very early on in these rounds, the other teams obviously are going to be taking advantage of that situation, snuffing them out early, just like what they did to both 420 and 432. Eventually, it's 432 that steps away with more number of points here as they slay 5. 420 only gets 3. Vitality, on the other hand, picks up 4 points, even more than NRX 420, even though they finish up in the 15th spot, the second team to get taken out of the equation. And HGED11 Kratos, this team is suddenly struggling in the competition after showing up well during the semis.
I don't know what broke off against them, what broke down in the plans that they have. But like we've been pointing out, a lot of teams has been turning it around on this day number 2. And this is what I love about the second day. And even more than the final day, because the final day, a lot of pressure is in there already for some teams. On the second day, the improvement slowly creeps in, and those teams that are improving slowly and putting up a fight against those who dominate the first day, that excites me even more because of the potential that can be given by a team in a specific moment, AJ.
Yeah. And we saw the players of Prime kind of pop off early on in the day. So technically they start off great and they end great. Neptune, I think they're taking what we said out of context, man. We were like, it doesn't matter how you start. What matters is how you end. We're like, okay, Mustachio, we'll start and end at a high note.
What about in between, AJ? Like, we need to point that out.
Musangala, don't make me get specific, man.
We need to be clear. We need to be concise on the words because it matters. Because they can always throw it back at us. That is what you're asking for. So that's what we're giving you.
Yeah. It's okay. At the end of the day, Almighty Prime, they still maintain quite a bit of dominance on the overall leaderboard. I believe they are in the 3rd spot at the moment. So good on them. The climb towards that 2nd place isn't going to take a lot from Almighty Prime. Thankfully to the performance that they've chugged out there on the battlefield. But overall, I feel like Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads, to a certain degree, have failed a little bit in terms of their approach, because mainly we were talking about their dominance and how supreme they were at the top of the leaderboard. I was talking about how Vagabonds Esports usually wants a 50-point gap between themselves as well as the second team. And in this particular situation, the second team is Vagabonds Nomads. And Vagabonds Nomads would want to pull away from the other squads as well. So that has happened, but the kind of lead that Vagabonds, Nomads, and Esports have at the very top of the leaderboard, unfortunately got cut down towards the end of these matches. We know they were trying to perform, but the other teams kind of, ruled the circle a little bit better than them, Neptune, forcing them to drop a couple of points.
Well, it's not always going to their favor, even if they still have the lead. But at some point, some of the plan break off. Even
Yeah.
if you try to take a lot of leads, you won't be expecting Almighty Prime to pop off in there and get a lot more of points from the game. So the lead that the Vagabonds Esports and Nomads have against them will not be that much. And later on, I'm going to show that on our leaderboards as well.
Yep.
But this really is bringing a little bit more of excitement into the
Yes.
gameplay, because a challenge is happening right now. It's not just gearing towards the Vagabonds brand.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And nothing against the Vagabonds, but I just want a more exciting competition where we actually see teams capable of dethroning them. Because what's the fun gonna be where we know, okay, here's the dominator of the competition. What are they doing? Dominating as usual. And that just crushes the whole scene as a total, right? You can't just have one team reign supreme all the time, but with both teams under the same brand reigning supreme, it's just ridiculous in terms of how that just crushes the hopes and dreams of the other teams out there. Some are trying. Oh, and like what we kind of figured out earlier on in our conversation as well, the only ones that can undo the supremacy of Vagabonds is Almighty Prime. And guess who's in the third spot right behind the Vagabonds brand? It is Almighty Prime. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard so that you can see exactly what we are talking about. It's still going to be a all-out dominance by Vagabonds Esports with 182 points up top. 146 Vagabonds Nomads has in the second place, 36 points lesser than Vagabonds Nomads, and Almighty Prime ever so closer to executing what they want out there on the battlefield, which is snatching away that second spot first before focusing on that first place. And they're just one solid win away from Vagabonds Nomads. They just need 13 to rise above the Nomads.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they can play, because if the trade-off will be happening between Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads, and then Almighty will be gunning for both of them, then it's like, like alternating will not work anymore. If you really want to get a huge lead against Almighty Prime, as Almighty Prime started popping off right now, 3 wins in this game just for day number 2. What more can they put up in day number 3? But the Conquerors right here, even if they are being pushed down on the 4th spot right here, the consistency that they can do, whether it's survivability, whether it's the kills, they manage to put into play to maintain the spot that they have. And another team, Riley Esports, has moved up in here, though it's not that much of a difference against AXP Eternals. Riley Esports, I really want this team to pop off, because from what we've seen earlier, one of the team that can challenge as well as take down Vagabonds Esports, probably Nomads given a chance. And Riley Esports is in a good role. Hopefully, by the next day, the last day of the grand finals, we'll see them get a lot more of points and probably surviving even longer to show a great showing in this fight that Vagabonds Esports is touchable.
Yeah, and but I don't really know whether or not we will ever see that, right? I don't know if or not we will ever see Vagabonds Esports show their vulnerable side, show that they can be touched by any of the teams out there on the battlefield. Although there are some inconsistent rounds from the esports team out of Vagabonds, I feel like, those are the rounds that they're not trying. Those are the rounds where Nash is taking a quick nap on his pillow and they're not really going all out gung-ho to get those battle victories for themselves. And if they actually did, the dominance that we will see out of Vagabonds Esports will be very different, because you are talking about the exact same number of squads, the exact same squads that were in the competition on day number 1 as you see in day number 2. And if you ask me, I don't see anybody else bringing, a superior amount of adjustment to their gameplay as to manage to match up to the supremacy of Vagabonds Esports. So my bigger question is to Vagabonds Esports, where did that 4 back-to-back winning dominant rounds go? To Nomads, where did the player who was hitting back-to-back 12 kills, suddenly disappear to on day number 2? They need to show us a little bit about that as well, and they need to dominate the circles all the way into the final one. And I want to see a Vagabonds showdown, Neptune.
Yeah, and then that gives us a little bit of headache as well to think because it's so unpredictable. When we are expecting, they're not showing it. When we're expecting, that is when they drop off from the radar. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that will be given. Hopefully, Vagabond's brand can give us that fight, not intentionally because it's dynamics of Battle Royale. That's one thing that they can play around, but surviving in the final moment with both of these teams, very, very slim chance. Probably at least give us 1 point in the game wherein they fight against each other without anyone disturbing them.
Yeah, and we do have to apologize as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There was a little bit of a lag by one of the PCs as we were spectating that matchup, and that's why we couldn't hop on from a good battle into another battle because of that unfortunate incident. But we promise you we will be fixing up everything before we head on into the final day of the grand finals for Garena Survivors Season 2 tomorrow, that you most definitely can bet on. And to all of you who have been patient so far on the broadcast, waiting for us, listening to us ramble on, you've got a small little gift. We've got a giveaway code coming for you in a little bit when you see our faces once again. But this is the schedule of the day. Sunday, 4th of September 2022 is Championship Sunday, where the final day of battle will be breaking out for Garena Survivors Season 2. The legacy will finally be made.
Yeah, a Super Sunday. What will happening for the last day of the grand finals? Garena Survivors 2 Legacy has brought in a lot of stories already and a lot of chances for other teams to prove themselves. But so far, guys, proving is one thing, execution is a different thing. But for those of you who have proven the support in this community, big thanks from us to you. We are going to give you, as AJ mentioned, the code for another of the coupon that we have, or probably we're going to skip that. There you have it. We have the gold crate coupon right now, and it is a great stride that we can reach three milestone within a day of broadcast, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I did see Vagabond's Esports comment down in the comment section as well, saying that, let us hear their side of the story. But I thought Vagabonds is the kind of brand that doesn't do the talking out there on social media. They do the talking out there on the battlefield. That's what I want to see, and that's what I want to break down for the audience to lap up. Out here in the competition, we want to see fair engagement amongst everybody back to back, and that is what we focus on in Garena Survivor Season 2. I know the Vagabonds brand can serve that up hot for us, and that's exactly what I'm waiting to see tomorrow, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that tomorrow. A lot of engagement, a lot of excitement will be brought in, especially in how it's ended for day number 2, AJ. I mean, it's not just one-sided anymore. A lot of teams has a potential to go and take this fight. But to what extent is this a chance for them to really bring them the Vagabonds brand down, or just take that second place? That is a question that will be answered by tomorrow. Once again, I am Neptune the Gem Garcia. Together with me is amazing Mustachio AJ. We will be right back tomorrow. For tonight, it's a good night and goodbye.